Yeah. Same dirt diamond under Friday lights, same town showing up every night. Names change, years roll by, but this game never said goodbye. From hand-me-down gloves to brand new dreams, every era left something in these seams. You don't replace what built this ground, you stand on it and play it loud. If this field could talk, it'd tell you all. Every pitch matters in this town. This is Decatur, this is how we play. 9 innings, no shortcuts, earn it every day. Stand up, let it ring, from the bleachers to the water. This town plays ball with the Decatur Bean Ballers. Beanball baller, beanball baller.
Exactly 9 weeks to the day since the inaugural game in Decatur Bean Ballers history. It's time to start baseball in the final week of the inaugural season with the Bean Ballers, and we welcome you into Danville Stadium. Daniel Herzog, Truman, Griessel with you on the official YouTube channel for your Decatur Bean Ballers. You're listening to Prospect League Baseball, and the Bean Ballers got the victory Sunday. They have been eliminated from playoff contention, but as we've said time and time again, Truman, there's nothing more dangerous than a team playing with nothing to lose, and right now Decatur is a team playing with nothing to lose. They're matched up with a Dan's team that is trying to fight tooth and nail to claw back in the Central Division. They're a game and a half behind the Terre Haute Rex, and a loss tonight to Decatur wouldn't quite do it for Danville. They're only a game and a half back and would still have 4 games left on the week, but it would certainly put a dent in the Dan's playoff hopes.
Well, yeah, and they're coming off a loss to the Alton River Dragons on Sunday, but Decatur, they also played spoiler to the Clinton LumberKings Sunday themselves, an 8-4 victory that they rode the pitching of Adam Cooper and then Schaefer Ogle, and he felt like the offense responded by that good pitching. They put up 8 runs on 15 hits. Now you come here to Danville, where the Dans have won the season series. They've won 3 games in a row in this series, including both matchups taking place here at Danville Stadium. But you got a chance your final week. With 4 games left, you're the team that you have nothing to lose. Go out there, play with heart, play with passion, and see if you can play spoiler and ruin another team's season and have fun doing it. You want to try to stack wins. Decatur, they have as many wins in the first half as they did now here in the second half, 9 wins in each half. So if you win any of these final 4 games, you'll have more wins in the second half than you did in that first half of your inaugural season. You're just looking to play good, clean baseball. It starts on the mound, but the bats have really come alive, and you've got 2 of the hottest offenses in the Prospect League here in the month of July.
Only 4 games remain on the season for the Bean Ballers in their inaugural season. It's here in Danville today after Decatur's played 50 games so far, 4 left, 1 in Danville today, and then they have an off day tomorrow. But Decatur returns to action over in Burlington, Iowa to face the Bees on Thursday. Another road contest Friday against the Thrillville Thrillbillies, and then right back here in Danville on Saturday. So even if the Bean Ballers can't get the victory tonight and can't put a dent in the Dan's playoff hopes, you got a chance to come back on Saturday, the final game of the regular season, possibly put the Dan's season to bed. But for Danville, it's Decatur tonight, and then they have a pair of matchups against the Champion City Half-Tracks. First over in Ohio against Champion City tomorrow night, and then at home here in Danville on Thursday, and then at the Du Bois County Bombers Friday night, and then, as we mentioned, the aforementioned matchup with the Decatur Bean Ballers right here at Danville Stadium to round out the regular season. But on the mound is the all-star for the Dans, Drake Hoffa, who Hoffa brings in a 2.38 ERA for the Dans, best ERA on the team, and he's pitched 34 innings. This is his 5th start, his 10th appearance, and this is going to be the 6th game these two teams have matched up against each other, so naturally he has seen the Bean Ballers a few times. This is overall his 3rd appearance with Decatur's 2nd start. The first appearance came back on June 19th, where he went 4 innings scoreless, gave up 6 hits, but most importantly, no walks, struck out 3, and the Dans got the victory. Hoffa got the victory in that one to improve to 3-0 on the year. But then back on July 14th, 2 weeks ago, Hoffa got the start, and it was a little bit of a different outing. It struggled a little bit to get out of the innings and only ended up going 2 innings in the start, gave up 4 runs, 2 of which were earned on 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, but 2 walks. So the Bean Ballers were a little more patient the second time around against Hoffa, and ultimately Decatur ended up losing that one 21-11, a game it led 11-9 going into the bottom of the 7th, and then a 12 spot by the Dans put that game to bed. But overall, the Bean Ballers had a lot more success with the bats and a lot more success against Hoffa on the mound. And for Decatur to face Hoffa, the lineup is as follows. Brandon Abernathy leads off in center. Charlie Linderman right behind him at third base, hitting second. Will Applegate hits third and plays first. Moises Febriette, the shortstop, in the cleanup spot. Brady Gabowski right behind him, hitting fifth and playing left field. Gage Reynolds catches and hits sixth. The designated hitter tonight is O'Neal Felice, who hits seventh. Chase Weiss hits eighth and plays second base. And Noah Delgado hits ninth and plays right field. Once again, that's Abernathy, Linderman, Applegate, Febriette, Grabowski, Reynolds, Felice, Weiss, and Delgado for Decatur, who coming off a victory in Clinton that snapped a 3-game losing skid. The bats were loud last week to start it, as Decatur took both games of a doubleheader in Springfield. But then the Bean Ballers were very quiet down in Jackson, only managed 7 hits combined Thursday and Friday before a loss at home against the Du Bois County Bombers on Saturday. Before that aforementioned victory in Clinton, where Decatur, the bats were loud. 8 runs, 15 hits, and you mentioned it, Truman. It was also the stuff they got on the mound.
Yeah, that's where it starts on the mound. You have a guy tonight making his Bean Ballers debut, Ethan Murphy. And again, these are 2 of the red-hot offenses in the Prospect League. Decatur in the month of July is averaging 7 runs on 9 hits per game, which is about a run and a half better than their season average and a hit better than their season average. And then on the other side, you have a Danville Dans team that's historically not known for their offense, but here in the month of July, they're averaging 8.5 runs per game on 10 hits per game. So Ethan Murphy, a Springfield, Illinois native, he's going to have to be sharp today, and I think he's just going to come out and throw strikes. It's shocking to say it because it's easier said than done, but during the month of July, when it felt like Decatur has played their best baseball, even though the record, may not show it, their pitchers have had success. The guys who've thrown strikes, the guys that have walked a lot of hitters, have gotten in trouble. But the guys that have thrown strikes, even that have given up a lot of hits, you look back to last Wednesday in that doubleheader, Caden Millville gave up 10 hits, only gave up 2 runs. Just attack the strike zone, attack these hitters. Be the one setting the tone. Don't let the tone be set on you. But it's going to be a hard Dans lineup to shut down because the 2 matchups we've seen previously here in Danville, the Dans bats have come to life, and it's really been that top of the order.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Overall, every matchup has been pretty noteworthy in this series so far. Back on May 30th, the first game of the series, the Dans won 5-4 in 11 innings. And then a little bit later in the season, on June 9th, the Bean Ballers had a walk-off single from Jackson Miller to win it 3-2 in the 9th. And then later, again, the final matchup at Workman Family Baseball Field, a 3-1 win for Danville. Hoffa got the win in that one. And since then, this is the 3rd of 4 matchups here at Danville Stadium. It was the final day of June where the Bean Ballers, who were in the midst of an 8-game skid coming in, lost it 9-8 after a grand slam from Misael Maldonado to take the lead in the 9th. And then back on July 14th, 2 weeks ago, a 21-11 victory for the Dans. Very uneventful after it had been an eventful first 4 games of the series. But we'll step aside. We've got first pitch coming up between the Bean Ballers and the Danville Dans as we kick off the last week of the Prospect League season. It's the Cloverdale, Indiana native Drake Hoffa to the mound for the Danville Dans. Their ace on the mound as they're chasing a playoff spot. Just a game and a half behind the Terre Haute Rex in the second half here in the Central Division in the Eastern Conference. And meanwhile, Decatur is all the way at the bottom in said Central Division at 9-17. The Lucky Horseshoes are 9-16. The Du Bois County Bombers are 9-15 in the division in the second half. But again, the Bombers locked up the first half championship, so it's really between Danville and Terre Haute for who wants the second half. But for Hoffa, this is his 5th start of the year, 10th appearance overall. In the defense behind him, J.J. Baysinger is the catcher. Chase Bays at third, Nick Palmy, Nick Nelson up the middle, Palmy at short, Nelson at second, Mason McReynolds at first, Jacob May in right field, Bryce Vorwald in center, and Amir Streeter in left field. And here at Danville Stadium, we've seen some really funky hops. You've seen unclean defense. In fact, back on June 30th, the Dans got the victory 9-8, but that was in a game they made 6 errors in. So expect some funky hops today. It's possible we won't get the most clean defense, but overall, once again, the Bean Ballers are just trying to play spoiler, and now Brandon Abernathy digs in from the right side to face the righty Hoffa. We're nearly underway. Abernathy holds his arms high. Hoffa from the windup. The first pitch is hit out to left field. It's hooking. Streeter gives chase, and it lands fair. Abernathy turns around first, and he'll retreat back to first. That ball hung in the air for a while, but we're underway. 6:34, and the Bean Ballers' leadoff man is aboard on the first pitch of the game.
Yeah, we've seen it. Brandon Abernathy has been, when he's slotted in the leadoff spot, he likes to swing at the first pitch, and this one I thought he got more of than he did, and just kind of hung up in the air, sliced away from Streeter and landed just inside the left field line. I think he thought it was hit deeper than it was, kind of started jogging out of the box instead of running hard, and so it's only a leadoff single instead of a leadoff double.
Charlie Linderman to the plate, and Hoffa already needs to deal with a base runner. Linderman hitting from the right side. First pitch from Hoffa inside for ball 1.
And Hoffa's now getting up 10 hits against the Bean Ballers in what is his 3rd appearance. He actually gave up less hits in his last inning. He gave up 6 hits in those 4 shutout innings, but just 3 back on July 14th, 2 weeks ago today.
Hoffa now working from the stretch. Applegate on deck, a pick-back throw, and Abernathy's back in time. It's a very mild day here in Danville. High 70s, 78 right now. A slam-packed crowd, though. Certainly the most filled up we've seen Danville Stadium of the 3 games we've seen here. 1-0 pitch. Linderman check swing. He does go around on a slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Decatur certainly feels a lot nicer in this weather after the Bean Ballers dealt with temperatures in the high 90s over in Clinton back on Sunday. Hoffa working from the stretch against Linderman, who got his first 3 hits with Decatur back on Sunday. 1-1 pitch, inside ball 2.
Well, and this weather is what, to me and my fellow Missourians, we call the devil's front doorstep. You know, this is the season we are entering, and then we will have false fall and second summer coming up August, September.
2-1 count now to Linderman. Abernathy off of first. Hoffa looks back that way again, but yet again Abernathy slides back in time. And Linderman has now made 4 straight appearances with the bat, starting back on Thursday in Jackson. This is his 5th straight after he made 8 appearances on the mound for Decatur, but Bean Ballers needed a bat and, more importantly, needed someone at third. 2-1 pitch is inside. It's now 3 balls and 1 strike.
And Hoffa's not a guy who walks a lot of hitters. 9 walks on the year. He had just 1 in his 6 innings in his last start last Wednesday against the Creek Chubs. It was the longest outing of the year. He went 6 innings against Kokomo. Ultimately, though, he took the loss as he gave up 3 runs on 5 hits.
Didn't walk anyone in his first appearance against the Bean Ballers in 4 innings pitched. But it's now a 3-1 count to Linderman. Hoffa deals. Swing and a miss. Fastball at the top of the zone. And the count goes full. Linderman was 0 for 11 in the first 3 games. Down in Jackson, he was 0 for 7, 0 for 4 at home against the Du Bois County Bombers, but 3 hits. A slump buster over in Clinton, including a double. 3 for 5 overall. Payoff pitch, fouled off to the right, out of play. And the bat is primarily what he was doing with the Springfield Lucky Horseshoes last summer. He was not a pitcher, but up to this point, he has been more known for the arm. He's grabbing the bat, though. Another payoff pitch incoming. Instead, another check at Abernathy, who's back in time.
It's been a little shocking. A lot of pitches this at bat. I'm surprised we haven't seen B.A. try to steal second. Might do it here. 3-2 is a good count to run on. But Hoffa's been keeping him close to the back.
Payoff pitch. Lined sharply into left center. That'll take Vorwald back, and he makes the catch. Well, Linderman certainly gave it a ride as Abernathy needs to retreat back to first, but Bryce Vorwald in center field tracked it down. No Will Burke today. He's out of the lineup, is the all-star for the Dans, but Vorwald seems very comfortable in center, and there's out number 1.
Yeah, this ball is hit hard. Linderman on time with the fastball after he got his doors blown off on an earlier strike. The wind's blowing from left field to right field. One for caught up in the jet stream and just hung up just enough for Vorwald to run under it, try to hit it to the deepest part of the yard here at Danville Stadium, deep left center.
So that'll bring up Will Applegate, the leading active hitter for the Bean Ballers, who takes strike 1 as Jackson Miller is no longer with the team. Actually, Applegate's hitting better than Miller anyway. 333 on the season. Had a very loud start to last week. Went 4 for 9 in the doubleheader against the Springfield Lucky Horseshoes, including 2 doubles and 8 RBIs. 0-1 pitch. Upstairs on a slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. Applegate, a Charleston, Illinois native. Spent last year at Utah Valley University. Will spend next spring at the University of Illinois Springfield. 1-1 count. Another check to Abernathy, who's back in time. Hoffa being very careful of Abernathy on first. And Decatur, the last time they were here, got 4 runs off of Hoffa in 2 innings and then pounced on Samuel MacArthur out of the pen. 1-1 pitch, outside, ball 2. MacArthur gave up 5 runs and only got 2 outs. But the rest of the way, the Bean Ballers only managed 2 runs. It's now a 2-1 count on Applegate. Swings and fouls one off to the left, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Applegate's been at his best when he's kept his swing short and compact. He's gotten real long. That's when it's been slow, and he hasn't been able to catch up with the fastball. And Hoffa's fastball has a lot of life on it. That's why you got to utilize the on-deck circle. Get ready, get your timing down. I bet you can ambush something in the middle of the plate.
It's now a 2-2 count with 1 out. Upstairs, ball 3, and the count goes full yet again after Abernathy singled on the first pitch of the game. Linderman and Applegate have had long at-bats, and they've both worked full counts. As for Applegate, he went 1 for 1 with 3 hit-by pitches Thursday in Jackson. Only went 3 for 13 the rest of the week. Breaking balls outside, ball 4, and there's the first walk of the day. 2 are now aboard with only 1 out for the Bean Ballers, and Moises Febriette to the plate.
That's just a patient at-bat from Applegate. Didn't chase anything. Hoffa, right now, something just a little off with him. He's missing by wide margins. Not those close misses, and hasn't gotten very many swings out of Decatur. Now you face a little bit of a jam facing Febriette. You got to be careful, though. You don't want to fall behind early.
Abernathy on second. He singled to lead off the game, and then Applegate just walked. He's on first. Only 1 out. Hoffa looks at second. Delivers home. Swing and a miss. Over the top of a slider. 0-1 to Febriette.
And the dangerous pitch hanging right there. Febriette, I think, just not expecting it. Tardy on that pitch, but that's a dangerous one if you're Hoffa.
It's now 0-1. Hoffa deals another slider. It's sliced into right center field, and it'll be down for a base hit. Abernathy gets the wave. Applegate's around third. He gets the wave too. Febriette's into second, and Applegate will score a 2-run double for Moises Febriette to open the scoring. Bean Ballers lead 2-0.
Yeah, just what I said. Can't mess with that pitch. Another hanging slider and just an inside-out swing from Febriette. Scores 2 easily, and this is just a nice swing. And Febriette has that easy opposite field power. We've seen it in batting practice plenty of times, but, I mean, just a sweet swing. And, hey, there you go, Decatur on the board first.
Brady Grabowski now to the plate for the Bean Ballers. Grabowski comes in hitting .282. This is his 15th game so far this summer with the Bean Ballers. Hoffa peeks at Febriette. Another look, delivers home. Upstairs, ball 1.
We've also seen some long games between Decatur and Danville here. I mean, this first inning already taking close to 15 minutes. Have to imagine we might be in for the long haul.
1-0 from Hoffa. Breaking ball downstairs, 2 balls and no strikes. The last time these two teams met, back on July 14th, Hoffa got the start, and he ended up getting into some trouble as he walked a pair in the first inning. Actually, back-to-back walks to start the game, but the second is when Decatur cashed in. 2-0s downstairs, it's now 3-0.
Yeah, it's just wide misses from Hoffa. Has been able to locate that slider, and then Decatur just being very patient. They're not swinging and chasing pitches. And you'll love to see that, especially after an off day. You know, things can get a little weird, but so far through the first 5 hitters, they're mashing anything that Hoffa tries to throw in the zone.
Another pitch. That's right down the middle. 3-0 becomes 3-1 now to Grabowski, as Hoffa avoids giving up his second free pass for the time being. But for Febriette, that's his 29th hit, 7th double, an overall 11th extra base hit. Grabowski fouls a pitch back into the netting, and the count goes full. And those 2 RBIs were his 17th and 18th of the season, as he moves just a hit away from the 30-hit club. Full count, 1 out. Febriette on second. Decatur already leads 2-0 here in the top of the first. Hoffa deals. Upstairs, ball 4. 3 straight have reached, 2 of them on walks. And now it's first and second again. Gage Reynolds to the plate for Decatur.
Yeah, just another great at-bat from a Bean Ballers bat. Brady Grabowski showing off the patience. He just missed a fastball. That was right down the middle. He fouled it off for strike 2, and then he just takes an easy fastball that never had a chance of being a strike. And that's one of the things with Drake Hoffa. Here in the month of July, his numbers have dipped slightly, and that's been a little concerning for the Dans. He's got a 3.46 ERA in the month of July, but the number that's biggest concerning to me, 13 strikeouts and 6 walks. That's down from the month of June when he had 17 strikeouts to just 3 walks. So the amount of walks has definitely been concerning here in the month of July, and you're seeing it here in this first inning already. 2 free passes given out.
There was a mound visit. It was only players, just Basinger and the infield visiting their pitcher on the mound for Danville, but that has since dispersed, and it's Gage Reynolds to the plate for Decatur, and Reynolds is hitting very well. 351 in the month of July, brings in a 14-game on-base streak. First pitch from Hoffa, upstairs, ball 1 on a fastball. And Reynolds has hit safely in 8 of the last 9, including back on Sunday when he was 2 for 4 with 2 runs, an RBI, and a walk. 1-0 from Hoffa. Fouled back. Strike 1 on Reynolds.
Well, he's also played in 9 of the last 12 games, and that's the most he's ever played in a stretch. He has been the primary catcher for Decatur, and I asked him about it during batting practice. I'm like, do you mind that you're pretty much catching every day? He says, no, not really. I'm enjoying it, and it's honestly helped my bat out. And that's true. His average up over 270.
Danville has their ace on the mound. He's already given up 2 runs. 1-1 pitch. Backdoor breaking ball. Can't get the call on it. And it's now 2 balls and 1 strike. And the Bean Ballers yet again looking to play spoiler. Gabe Arroyo had a chat with the team before the game. He's talked about how nobody wants to play them right now. 2-1 pitch is upstairs. It's now 3 balls and 1 strike to Reynolds. Reynolds last time, 2 weeks ago, when Decatur was here, went 2 for 4 with a double, 3 RBIs in the loss. Overall, he's only 2 for 11 on the year. 3-1 pitch. Popped up, foul ground. It gets out of play. The count goes full.
That's another good swing and another full counts. Now, if you're Hoffa, you got to make another good pitch. Can't risk walking the bases loaded. But so far, that's been the scouting report. At least that's what's been the plan that's been executed from Decatur. They've been laying off anything outside the strike zone, and they've been swinging and either fouling off or lining in the gap. Pitches in the zone.
Payoff pitch incoming. Here it is. Tipped foul just over the glove of Basinger. Got a piece of it, but Basinger couldn't squeeze it, and Reynolds stays alive.
That was another hanger from Hoffa. A dangerous pitch. Reynolds just slightly late on it. We've seen him miss up, and missing up is dangerous.
Several of his misses have been up on the slider, on the fastball, and even when they're in the zone, they've been towards the top of the zone. Another payoff pitch incoming. Tapped at the plate. It goes foul off to the left near the Dan's dugout.
That was probably his best pitch of the night overall. It was a nice slider that started in the zone, and it dived out of the zone, and somehow Gage Reynolds got a piece of it to foul it off, but hopefully that doesn't discourage him and that gives him more confidence, because that was so far his best pitch that he's thrown in this first inning.
Gaping hole to the right side. If Reynolds can plug it, Bean Ballers would get at least another run. Hoffa deals. Reynolds pops it up off to the right. It gets out of play again, and the at-bat continues.
Just a fantastic at-bat from Reynolds right now. This will be pitch number 9, coming up 3 straight foul balls. I think really just frustrate a pitcher.
Hoffa from the stretch. Fabriat off of second. Grabowski off of first. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Reynolds waves over a fastball at the top of the zone, and there's out number 2, the first punch out of the day for Hoffa.
Just a tough end to that at bat for Reynolds. I mean, 9 pitches, you're battling, and then fastball just right by you. But it's still an at bat that can give you some confidence. That's 9 more pitches that Drake Hoffa had to throw, so that's going to run his pitch count up and hopefully give him his teammates some more confidence. Now O'Neal Feliz, after that strikeout, if he grooves you something right here in the zone first pitch, I'm swinging and mashing.
Feliz to the plate. Comes in hitting .304. Hoffa deals. Feliz takes a slider on the outside corner for strike 1. Bean Ballers have now set 7 men to the plate. They've plated 2 of them, and 2 remain on the backs. 0-1 pitch. Feliz takes low and away on a fastball. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Feliz got the day off Sunday after he went 1 for 5 on Saturday. Brings in a 3-game hitting streak as he takes inside. It's ball 2. But Feliz has also reached safely in the last 14 games. Last time he did not reach, back on June 27th against the Jackson Rockabillies, which was a 6-inning game. 2-1 pitch. Hanging slider just above the zone. It's 3-1 now. So far, it's been single, fly out, walk, 2-run double, walk, strikeout. Bean Ballers have already plated 2. 3-1 incoming. Here it is. Feliz swings and misses behind a fastball, top of the zone. And Hoffa, a strike away from getting out of it. A ball away from getting into the thick of it, which would load the bases. Weiss on deck, Delgado in the hole, the only two who haven't come to the plate yet this inning. Here it comes. Called strike, a fastball in on the hands. Felice is upset with himself as Hoffa punches out the last two he sees to end the inning, but not before the Bean Ballers get 2 runs on 2 hits and 2 walks. They leave 2 on the bags. We go to the bottom of the first. It's 2-0 Decatur here in Danville. It's the right-hander Ethan Murphy on the mound to make his Decatur Bean Ballers debut. A graduated senior in the class of 2025 out of Springfield Southeast High School in Springfield, Illinois. Him and his brother Carter Murphy have joined the Decatur Bean Ballers. And Carter will be available out of the bullpen, but Ethan's getting the start, and Jacob May hitting from the left side against the righty to lead things off for the Dans. Bean Ballers lead 2-0. Murphy deals. Strike one on the outside corner, 0-1.
Yeah, and both him and his brother attending East Central College. Ethan did not pitch this past spring. Fastball's going to be in the mid-80s, and he also curveball, changeup, slider, 4-pitch repertoire.
0-1 is hit sharply into left field. Grabowski's on the run. It's over its head. May to second. We'll see if he thinks 3. Turns around at second and settles for a double, but a slicing double the other way for Jacob May, who continues to mash Bean Ballers pitching.
Just a fastball middle away. Good piece of wood on it from May. Honestly thought Grabowski's route was not the cleanest. He kind of ran in instead of running back and just got over his head, had more backspin than he thought it did. And hey, but if you're Ethan Murphy, just fill up the zone. You can give up some hits, but just stick close to those corners. You got Gage Reynolds calling a great game behind the plate.
Chase Bays, the third baseman, to the plate with May on second. First pitch upstairs from Murphy. Ball 1 on a fastball. Bays from Edwardsburg, Michigan. Plays his baseball for Eastern Illinois University. Did not appear last game against the Bean Ballers. He's back in the lineup. This time, 1-0 pitch yanked, and it gets by Reynolds, and May will get an extra 90 feet as Murphy's fastball misses away, and the tying run's at the plate, but should May score, he would cut the lead in half, and he's standing just 90 feet away now.
Yeah, it's been 2 fastballs that, honestly, what they call grip locking from Murphy. Just yanked these to the glove side, and just got to make small adjustments. Again, you know, you're facing it's your first start in kind of not necessarily a hostile crowd, but it's on the road, so it's a tough start to make.
2-0 incoming from Murphy. Upstairs on a fastball, it's 3 balls and no strikes. And meanwhile for May, comes in hitting .356. This is just his 24th game this summer with the Dans. As his first game back on June 27th against the Burlington Bees. His third game was against the Bean Ballers. 3-0 pitches inside ball 4 as Bays walks. First 2 men are aboard, and now the Dans have first and third for Nick Palmy. But again, as for May, in that June 30th game, a walk-off single, drove in 3 overall. He also had a home run. And then back on July 14th, he went 1 for 1 with a home run, drew 5 walks, and drove in 3 runs. Palmy to the plate, switch hitter hitting from the left side against the righty. First pitch, runner goes, grounded sharply, but just foul of the bag at first base.
That's what the Dans will try to do to you. A little hit and run action, stealing first pitch. They only come in with the 4th least amount of stolen bases in the Prospect League, but they'll run, try to just create some chaos. And we've seen Decatur in these first and third situations usually don't throw down to second.
Palmy himself having a very productive summer. .342 with 11 home runs and 54 RBIs. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. Palmy leads the Prospect League with 10 triples, 2 of which have come against these Bean Ballers. Should he find his 11th, he would tie the game, but he's down on the count 0-2. Swing and a miss, a nice slider that Palmy swings over the top of. There's the first out and the first punch out of Ethan Murphy's Bean Ballers career.
Yeah, it's nice tunneling. Also just a nice pitch sequence in general. Fastball away, and then a slider that just dives down, and Palmy can't make contact. That's what you like to see after the 4-pitch walk.
Designated hitter Carson Brady now to the plate. Another Florida native. Hails from Odessa, Florida. Spends his time with Florida Southern College. Swings at the first pitch and pops it up in shallow left field. Fabriette goes out. Grabowski comes in, and actually Abernathy comes in to make the catch. Throw to the plate is cut off as May bluffed as if he would go and saw the throw from Abernathy was on line and decided not to go. And Bays also stays at first, and after getting the first 2 guys on, Murphy has gotten the next 2 guys out.
Well, that ball just hit really shallow center, even for a guy with May's speed. Abernathy's got a cannon arm. We've seen about 3 or 4 outfield assists from him, and that's what you like to see. A double, and then a runner gets the third, and then a walk, but you get a strikeout and then a lazy pop fly. And here's just 1 out from a shutout inning.
Mason McReynolds is that out that Murphy would need to record. Infield shaded to the pull side for McReynolds. A lefty bat. Watches the first pitch up and away. 1 ball, no strikes. And we continue to see a little bit of wind going from left field to right as that ball tailed away from Grabowski's path and into Abernathy's path in left center. It's now a 1-0 count to McReynolds, who also hails from Florida. 1-0 pitch, runner goes. The throw down from Reynolds is a good one. Gage Reynolds catches Chase Bay stealing to end the inning. The Dans do not score, and they leave May on third base where he was when there were nobody out. We go to the second inning. 2-0 Decatur leads here in Danville. Drake Hoffa back to the mound to start the second inning for the Danville Dans. Hoffa gave up 2 hits and 2 walks, 2 runs in the first inning for the Bean Ballers, who lead 2-0. And the Dans trying to keep pace with the Terre Haute Rex. A game and a half back of first place in the second half, and they would need to catch the Rex to make the playoffs. Meanwhile, over in Terre Haute, the Rex lead the Du Bois County Bombers, bottom 5th there. It's 7-5 in favor of Terre Haute as they look to push the Dans to the brink of elimination. Can't be eliminated today as Danville has 4 games after today. Terre Haute has 5 games after today, including them picking up a suspended game tomorrow. The first of 2 they'll finish out in Springfield. Game 1 is suspended. It's in the bottom of the 3rd, and the Lucky Horseshoes lead 3-0 before they'll play game 2. So Terre Haute will begin that one behind the 8 ball, and Danville hopes they'll end it behind the 8 ball. But to keep pace with them, the Dans are going to need to take the victory here. And now it's Chase Weiss, 8-9-1, due up for Decatur after they sent 7 men to the plate in the first. Chase Weiss, Noah Delgado, and Brandon Abernathy due up. Hoffa from the stretch. First pitch, slider popped up, right side rather, foul ground. McReynolds nearing the fence, and it gets out of play. Ball continues to tail further towards right field. Not much of a breeze, but when it's popped up, you'll get some effect. Weiss did not make the trip with the Bean Ballers to Jackson, but he did go 2 for 3 with a pair of walks in Clinton. Also scored a run. 0-1 pitch. Popped up right side again. This one's in play, and Nick Nelson over near the line, and it lands in foul ground as it tails away from him. It'll just be strike 2 for Weiss, but that was a pop-up that was easily catchable as neither Nelson nor the right fielder May nor McReynolds could get to it.
It was a long run for the trio as this landed in foul territory, and Weiss, it was a slider that he just kind of slows his hands down, pops it up. But, I mean, May's playing well off the line and right, and then Nelson's playing more up the middle, so it's a long run for both of them. So it's one you'd like to have, but it's also a tough play. If anything, might have been McReynolds' ball, but he kind of turned around and gave up on it a little bit.
0-2 count. Hoffa deals. Weiss checks his swing and takes a fastball upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Weiss made his debut here in Danville with the Bean Ballers. Had a bunt single and scored a run after he was hit by a pitch in the 9th. 1-2 pitch. Inside on the slider. It's now 2-2, and he's been a much better hitter on the road. Only 4 for 20 this season at Workman Family Baseball Field, but 10 for 27, 370 on the road, and he hasn't struck out in his last 13 at-bats. 2-2 pitch. Chopped foul down the third base line and barehanded by Gabe Arroyo at third.
He's still got it. You never lose it.
Yeah, not long removed from his Prospect League career as he was a member of the Terre Haute Rex as a player back in 2024. Looking to help out the Rex today with a win, should his squad hold on for the victory. 2-2 pitch. Slider fouled back. Weiss working a good at-bat.
Yeah, he's fighting off pitches close, taking anything. He's kind of spread out, shortened up his swing a little bit. Usually you see a more open swing from him, but with 2 strikes here, he's closed that off, just trying to be short and quick to the ball, put something in play.
Another 2-2 incoming. Slider over the head of Weiss. Count goes full.
Another full count. Now 6 of the first 8 hitters have gone full against Drake Hoffa.
None of which have had a ball put in play at 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, and a flyout, rather. None of which have hit a single as this one's grounded just to the foul side of the third base bag. And it's still a full count to Weiss, who, like many Bean Ballers, continues to work along at bat. Hoffa has had to throw a lot of pitches so far today.
Well, pitch number 45 in what will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat to Weiss. We saw a 9-pitch battle against Gage Reynolds that Hoffa ultimately won in the first inning.
Deep breath. Hoffa deals. Line sharply into right field. May will have to field it on a hop. It'll get by him and all the way to the wall. Weiss around first. He's into second. And yet again, it's another base hit for the Bean Ballers to lead off the inning and their second double of the day, as Weiss has his second double of the year.
Yeah, how about it? Just fantastic hitting from Weiss. He fouls off some tough sliders, then a hanger in the middle of the zone. Much like Moises Febriat, just goes the other way. Just a nice, simple inside-out swing. That's a fantastic piece of hitting. Sets Decatur up nicely for the second consecutive inning.
It's a big outfield here at Danville Stadium, as it's short porches, 330 to either corner, but a deep 407 to center. The deepest part of the parks are the alleys in left and right center. First pitch to Noel Delgado's hit on the screws to May. Weiss will get the stop sign at third, but back-to-back hits on back-to-back pitches, and the Bean Ballers have two men yet again on base. It's now time for the top of the order, and nobody out here in the top of the second.
Yeah, they say hitting's contagious, and this is just a fastball at the knees. Just an easy swing for Delgado. Gets all the barrel, gets the sweet spot, and just an easy swing and a right. And I like the hold of Weiss at third. You don't want to gamble too early. Even though Jacob May is playing very deep out there and right, you don't want to gamble. Let more pressure be put on Drake Hoffa to be perfect. And then when he makes a mistake, it's the top of the order. That can ambush something.
Hoffa from the stretch. First pitch to Abernathy. Slider drops in at the top of the zone for strike one. Abernathy singled on the first pitch of the game. Came around to score from second on Moises Febriat's two-run double. Those are the only runs of the ballgame so far, but Weiss is on third. And he grounds this one off the glove of Bays. Weiss does not go. The throw to first is in time. A good recovery by Chase Bays at third base. And there's out number one as Delgado advances, but Weiss cannot score. It's now second and third, one out for Charlie Linderman.
Yeah, Bays is playing in on the grass right here, and he just sticks his glove out. There's a reason they call it the hot corner, and he gets leather on it, knocks it down, keeps it in front of him. He regains his composure, bare hand pickup, fires it across. It's a sweet play, but now it's Linderman and Applegate with two men in scoring position. Another two runs out there. If you can double this lead to four, you'd be very happy if you're the Bean Ballers.
Linderman hit the ball hard his first time up, but flew out to the center fielder Vorwald in left center. Now second and third. Hoffa deals. Slider away, ball one. Hoffa, deep breath on the mound, 1-0 pitch. Another slider club, deep to left field. Streeter's over, and just to the right of the foul line, he makes the catch. Weiss is tagging. He'll come in to score. A sac fly for Charlie Linderman, and the Bean Ballers lead 3-0.
Yeah, it's just another guy doing his job. Charlie Linderman right there at the pitch, up in the zone, elevated. Just gets a little too much under it, but the strength of Linderman hits it to deep left field. Drives in a run, and that might have just knocked Drake Hoffa out of the ballgame.
So Hoffa will exit. And the lefty, Nolan Hadaway, will enter for the Danville Dans out of the bullpen. Yet again, Drake Hoffa makes it two or fewer innings as the Bean Ballers work him to the nub. And Decatur leads 3-0 with a runner on second and 2 outs here in the top of the second when we come back. Nolan Hadaway, the left-hander, into the game for the Danville Dans as they trail 3-0 to the Decatur Bean Ballers. And it'll be a left-on-left matchup. Hadaway to Will Applegate to lead things off. This is Hadaway's 13th appearance. He has a 1-1 record across 26 innings pitched. First pitch to Applegate at the top of the zone for strike one, and his loss came back against these Bean Ballers back on June the 9th. He went only 1 out, gave up 2 hits and 1 run. That out was a punch out, but Jackson Miller's single walked things off for Decatur. Swing and a miss, 0-2 as Applegate chases a pitch downstairs.
That's his 3rd time facing Decatur as you go back. He threw 2 perfect innings with 3 strikeouts June 19th. He's the reigning Prospect League Pitcher of the Week, threw 4 perfect innings against the Pistol Shrimp on July 24th. Struck out 9 across 4 innings, and now he'll get a bulk of the action tonight.
Boy, will the Dans need him. 0-2 pitch, popped foul, backing out of play as Danville is trailing the Terre Haute Rex by a game and a half. The Rex now into the 5th inning. They lead 7-4 at home against the Du Bois County Bombers. As Danville desperately tries to keep pace. It's 0-2 now to Applegate. Noah Delgado on second. 0-2 pitch. Downstairs on a slider away. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. One-two count, 2 out. Runner on second. Decatur's already scored 1 in the inning. 1-2 pitch. Applegate flares it out to left field. Streeter's in. Palmy goes out, but Streeter makes the catch on the run to end the inning. But not before Decatur gets a pair of runs. Rather, gets a pair of hits. 1 run. And the Bean Ballers take a 3-0 lead to the bottom of the second. You're listening to the official YouTube channel for your Decatur Bean Ballers. Ethan Murphy back to the mound for his 2nd inning of work after he pitched a clean 0 in the 1st inning. Gave up a double to lead things off to Jacob May and then walked Chase Bays. And had guys at 1st and 3rd with nobody out, but then strikeout of Nick Palmy. Carson Brady flied out to center, and then Bays was caught stealing 2nd with Mason McReynolds at the plate to end the inning and put a 0 on the board. Since then, Decatur got a run further of an advantage on a sac fly. And now Mason McReynolds back to the plate. First pitch, slider upstairs for ball 1.
And Murphy with a 3-run lead just throws strikes. And again, sometimes it's easier said than done, but see what the Dans can do trailing by 3.
1-0 pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. It's now 1-1 to McReynolds. Had a 1-0 count. Second pitch was ball 2, but on said pitch, Bays was caught stealing 2nd. 1-1 pitch, slider clubbed to right center. Delgado's over, and he makes the catch on the run as it hung up in the air, and there's out number 1.
That's a nice pitch. It's a slider below the knees, and McReynolds has to go down and get it. golfs it out to right, but Delgado gets a great jump out there and right and runs it down. This ball a little too much backspin, hangs up in the air. Getting the leadoff out so important.
That'll bring up Amir Streeter, the left fielder. Comes in hitting .248 on the season, but definitely a guy you want to get out as he's 13 for 14 on stolen base attempts so far this summer. First pitch from Murphy. Slider yanked, and it ends up going over the back of Streeter as he was ducking out of it. Streeter came in as a pinch runner back on June 30th against the Bean Ballers in the 9th inning. And with the first and third situation, he went home on a bunt and was thrown out. Unfortunately for Decatur, it could not get out of the inning as the Dans plated 3 runs and walked it off. 1-0 pitch upstairs, and this one hits Streeter right in the back on a fastball. A 1-out base runner as Streeter draws his second hit by pitch of the season. And J.J. Basinger to the plate.
Guess he missed the first time.
Basinger to the plate. The catcher comes in hitting just shy of the Mendoza line, 183 on the summer. He's been pretty much the everyday catcher. He's making his 38th appearance on the summer. Seminole, Florida native. First pitch. Swings and pops it up on the infield off to the right. Weiss at second base calls it off, and he makes the catch. And as that ball was in the air, I wondered if he possibly would think about letting it drop and get Streeter out instead of Basinger, but nonetheless, he did make the catch, and it's good to secure the out, and there's out number 2.
It's a nice job from Murphy. We saw this last inning after a double and then a walk. He got right back in the strike zone, striking out a hitter. Now after a hit by pitch, competitive pitch, Basinger pops it up. Now you're 1 out away from 2 shutout innings.
Bryce Vorwald, the center fielder, comes in hitting .233. Takes the first pitch, a slider at the top of the zone for strike 1. He's a Lowell, Indiana native. Attendee of St. Ambrose University. Streeter still on first, hasn't gone yet. Does he go 0-1? Here it comes. He does not. It's a slider low and away. Now 1 ball and 1 strike. Vorwald has played sparingly. This is just his 17th start, 23rd game played. Will Burke is typically the everyday center fielder for the Dans. Burke has started in 44 of the 50 games for Danville. Streeter dances off of first, and that causes Murphy to step off. But he's back to the mound, pitching from the stretch. Nick Nelson on deck. Should he come up to the plate, that would round out the Dans order. 2 away, 1 on, 1-1 count. Murphy deals. Slider low and away, 2 balls and 1 strike. Infield shaded slightly to the left. Streeter, another quick bounce off of first, but he gets back to his normal lead. And then Murphy steps off again, and they're going to call him for a pitch clock violation.
We got 2 disengagements right there. And if you're Murphy, just throw the pitch. You're mixing up your looks, which is good, but you don't need to step off every time. You can deliver the pitch.
So it's now a 3-1 count on Vorwald. Right on right matchup. Nelson on deck is a lefty. 3-1 pitch. Fouled off to the right. Count goes full.
So now you're in a situation where it's 3-2 out, so Streeter will be moving on the pitch anyway. So even a base hit to the outfield, he could easily go first to third.
Vorwald hit .265 in the month of June in 11 games played. As many games played in the month of July, he's hitting just .192. Payoff pitch. Streeter goes, pitches up and away. Ball 4, and Vorwald draws the free pass. A pair of free passes so far in the inning. Second walk of the day overall for Murphy, and Nick Nelson to the plate to round out the order with 2 on, 2 out.
Now, the walk not what you want to extend the inning, but with how Nelson's been swinging the bat, he's really been struggling. Has not gotten a hit here in the month of July. Don't want to allow this lineup to turn over, though.
Jacob May on deck has the only hit for the Dans, a leadoff double last inning. First pitch to Nelson's up and away, ball 1. The Dans are a team that overall offensively have been much better in the month of July, as they hit just .258 in June, just .224 in May, but they're .301 in July. Pitch is downstairs. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. Nelson did not play last time these two teams faced off. Here comes the 2-0. He takes a pitch downstairs. It's now 3-0.
Yeah, not sure where that one missed. It was a good spot hit. Gauge rounds right in the mitt, just a little below the knees. Now you got to come all the way back, because you do not want to face Jacob May with bases loaded in this situation.
May on deck, and certainly wouldn't want him at all, but especially not with the bases loaded. You want to push him off until next inning. 3-0's upstairs, and the third free pass of the inning has loaded the bases for the top of the order and Jacob May.
Yeah, ever since that second disengagement when he got the pitch clock violation, don't know what's been wrong with Ethan Murphy. Now it's a dangerous bat with May. If he could split the gaps yet again, this game could easily be tied.
May spent last spring at Cal State Bakersfield. He's committed to University of Hawaii. He's a San Diego, California native, and this is just his third game against the Bean Ballers, but he has absolutely hunted Decatur pitching down. In his third ever game with the Dans back on June 30th, went 3 for 6 with a home run and 3 RBIs, and then was not retired at all 2 weeks later on June 14th. 1 for 1 with a home run, 3 RBIs, and 5 walks. And so far today, he's 1 for 1. So lifetime against Decatur, that would make him 5 for 8 with 2 home runs. He's driven in 6. He's drawn 5 walks. And of course, 2 home runs, but big hit for him, the walk-off single back on June 30th. First pitch, May takes a slider downstairs. It's 1 ball and no strikes. The tying run is at first base. Decatur leads 3-0. May represents the go-ahead run at the plate. Streeter on third. Forwald on second. Nelson on first. 1-0 pitch. Low and in. Ball 2.
Yeah, you're just 1 out away, but you can't just throw a pitch over the middle because May could hammer something. You're not getting him to chase and swing and miss. You don't want to walk in a run if you're Murphy. You got to find competitive strikes, something at the knees, something on the edges of the plate.
7 straight pitches have missed the zone for Murphy. Here is the 2-0. May chops it foul off to the right. A good pitch at the bottom of the zone that all he could do was spoil. It's now 2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody up yet in the Bean Ballers bullpen. Meanwhile, the Dans have already gone to their bullpen as Hadaway relieved Hoffa with 2 away last inning. They only need 1 out. Murphy tries to get out of another jam. Here comes the 2-1. Check swing, slider inside. He goes around for strike 2.
Yeah, that's a nice back foot slider from the righty Murphy to the lefty May, and can't check his swing 2-2, and that's a pitch that he just chased. That pitch is in the dirt. It's a nice job from Gatrells to get in front of it and block it. There, 1 strike away.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Decatur leads 3-0, but the Dans have 3 on the bags, and Jacob May at the plate. Murphy only works from the stretch. Here comes the 2-2. Downstairs ball 3. He stayed low in the zone the whole way to May, but he has nowhere to put him. Payoff pitch incoming. The raucous crowd here at Danville Stadium, hoping to stir up a rally. Murphy hoping to kill it. Payoff pitch, runners go, lined up the middle, over the head of Febriette. It's down for a base hit. Streeter's in, Vorwald is in. The throw to third is not in time, and the throw back to first is not in time. A 2-run single for Jacob May, and it's now a 1-run ball game. 3-2 Decatur leads.
Yeah, that's the danger. You walk the bottom 2 hitters in the lineup, and the dance make you pay, and that's all just free passes coming back to bite you if you're Ethan Murphy. And just kind of being afraid to throw a strike. Now just like that, you had a 3-0 lead. Now the lead's down to 1. It's all been with 2 outs.
And Nelson, the tying run, now standing at third. Chase Bays to the plate, walked his first time up and was caught stealing to end the first. First pitch away, and it gets by Reynolds. Nelson comes in to score the tying run, made a second, and we're all knotted up at 3.
Case in point now, a wild pitch. Allows another run to score. All 3 runs on just 1 hit for the Dans. This has been beating yourself, and that's the one thing you wanted to avoid if you were Ethan Murphy.
Overall, the Dans only have 2 hits, both of which have been supplied by Jacob May, who's on second base, hoping to supply the go-ahead run. 1-0 to base, swung on and missed. Fastball outside, it's now 1-1. Like you said, Truman, it was free passes and then the big hit. Hit by pitch, walk, loaded the bases. 1-1 pitch. Low and away, Reynolds tried to bring it up in the zone, but to no avail. And it's now 2-1 on base.
Well, it's also the bottom 2 hitters in the lineup who have a combined 19 hits between the 2 of them. 2 guys that shouldn't have walked.
2-1, inside 3-1. We talked about it, Truman. The last 2 games here at Danville Stadium between these 2 teams have been absolute marathons. We're nearing the hour mark, just 3 minutes shy of it. Not even through the second inning. It's a 3-3 ball game. Murphy deals, driven to left center. Abernathy's back. He's under it, and he makes the catch to retire the side, but not before the Dans plate 3. On a 2-run single from Jacob May and a wild pitch after 3 free passes all come in to score. It's a 3-3 ball game as we head to the 3rd inning.
Middle of the Bean Ballers order here, due up in the top of the 3rd. Febriette, Grabowski, Reynolds 4, 5, and 6. And it's a brand new ball game here in Danville. Decatur has scored in each of the first 2 innings, but a 3-run second from Danville. All 3 runs scoring with 2 outs. That brings us to a brand new ball game, Daniel. And the offense going to need to do a lot more because we've seen how quickly leads have evaporated here against the Dans.
Yeah, sure have. And the Bean Ballers, the offense has been alive so far today. They have 4 hits. They've drawn some free passes, and they've already chased the starter Drake Hoffa out of the game. But on the other side, the Dans, well, they only have 2 hits. They've also drawn the free passes. 3 walks and a hit by pitch, and 3 of which came last inning, and all 3 ended up scoring. So Decatur, who entered the bottom half of the second, leading 3-0, now finds itself in a tied ball game.
Moises Febriat had a big hit back in the first inning, a 2-run double to score the 2 runs Decatur scored in the first. He now leads off the third. The first pitch from Nolan Hadaway is up and in for ball 1 to Febriat. That double was his 29th of the summer. Now 1 hit away from joining the 30-hit club. He would be the 5th member if he could get there before the end of today's game. 1-0, up and away, 2-0. Brandon Abernathy leads all Bean Ballers with 45 hits. And you have Jackson Snitko with 37, and then O'Neal Feliz and Jackson Miller each with 35. 2-0 pitch to Febriat, swung on, grounded foul off the Dan's dugout, 2-1. Febriat has struggled out on the road here this summer. That hit was just his 12th outside of Workman Family Baseball Field, gets him just above the Mendoza line in foreign territory. 2-1, cut on and miss, late on a fastball, 2-2. He has hit safely now in 4 of his last 5 road games, but the quantity of hits has not necessarily been there. Hadaway out of the stretch, the 2-2. Upstairs, count goes full. Brady Grabowski on deck. Bean Ballers trying to keep the runs flowing. Payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4, just off the plate from Hadaway. And Moises Febriat reaches for the second time to lead off the third.
Yeah, Febriat's typically a pretty aggressive bat for Decatur. You don't see him drawing too many free passes, but he fouls off a pitch in this at-bat, takes a few pitches that are close to the zone, but doesn't expand the zone at all, and he's rewarded because of it.
Just his 15th walk of the year brings in Brady Grabowski, who drew a walk of his own back in the first. The first pitch to Grabowski. Fastball in the inner half for a strike. Hadaway didn't walk anybody in his only outing last week against the Pistol Shrimp. He needed a career-high 9 strikeouts in his longest outing of the summer. The 0-1. Upstairs, 1-1. The outing before that for Hadaway was back July 19th. 3 innings, gave up 2 runs on 4 hits against the Rex. These back-to-back outings, 3 innings and 4 innings, have been his 2 longest outings of the summer. 1-1, Grabowski swings, fouls it off his foot. 1-2. Now you have to think Hadaway is going to get most of this ball game and look to get the Dans to the 5th or 6th inning. Grabowski's making his 14th start of the summer for Decatur. Came in hitting .282 on the year. That walk was already his 14th. So he's on average has walked in every start. 14 walks in 14 starts. He's down the count 1-2. Hadaway delivers. Fastball never had a chance. The count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it's just the pitch count that chased Hoffa out of the game as Decatur worked several full counts, and so far a full count walk to Febriat, and now Grabowski working along at bat as well.
2-2, another fastball up, and the count has gone full on back-to-back Bean Ballers bats to begin this top of the third. Gage Reynolds on deck for Decatur. Payoff pitch from the southpaw. In the dirt, ball 4. Febriat and Grabowski have both walked to begin the Bean Ballers' third.
Yeah, just as at-bats get longer and hitters see more pitches, it's more likely for the hitter to end up with the victory in the at-bat and just win the battle, because the momentum just shifts, and that's what it does in this at-bat. That's what it did to Febriat after Grabowski and Febriat spit on several pitches, and now Decatur a chance to mount another rally, the go-ahead run back on second as they look to take back the lead.
Gage Reynolds struck out on a 9-pitch affair with the starter Drake Hoffa. 2 on, nobody out. The first pitch, Reynolds squares, but the fastball's up, and he pulls back for ball one. Decatur not known for their small ball. Just 5 sacrifice hits on the summer. Reynolds does have one of those, however. McReynolds playing in on the grass at first. The 1-0, Reynolds squares. Pitches in the dirt. Fabriette takes off for third, and he's in there standing. So now there'll be runners at the corners after Fabriette swipes third.
Yeah, Fabriette maybe gets a little bit lucky here because he's going on the pitch at third. Doesn't necessarily get the best jump, but it is in the dirt, and Basinger can't do anything more than just kill it into the ground. So it's now first and third, and the go-ahead run is 90 feet away.
2-0, check over at first on Grabowski, but he's back in time from Hadaway. That's Fabriette's 14th stolen base of the summer. Go-ahead run stands 90 feet away. Nobody out here in the top of the third for Decatur. Reynolds has 11 RBIs on the summer. Hadaway deals. Reynolds swings, fouls it back. 2-1. Opponents are just hitting 221 off Nolan Hadaway here in 2026. If anything, it has been the free passes. He had issued 17 walks across his 26 innings pitched coming into this one. Does have 33 strikeouts. The 2-1 pitch from Hadaway. Swung on, fouled off from Reynolds. 2-2. Hadaway would love a double play ball here in this scenario, or a strikeout. Decatur grounds into the second most double plays in the Prospect League. The 2-2. Swung on, fouled off. Grabowski was stealing on the pitch, but he'll put it in reverse, head back to first as Reynolds stays alive. Reynolds has grounded into the third most double plays on the year for Decatur, 3. He trails Grayson Robertson, who grounded into 4, and O'Neal Feliz, who's grounded into 5. Hadaway gives another check over at first, but Grabowski's not falling for it.
Yeah, double play here would score a run for Decatur, but you're looking for more than just one. You have first and third with nobody out. And a hot guy like Reynolds at the plate, you're hoping for more than just that.
Another check at first. Grabowski stealing this time. The throw down to second in time. Spinning and coming home is Palmy, but Fabriette races in there just ahead of the throw to score Decatur's 4th run. So just like that, the bases have been cleared as Grabowski's picked off, but Fabriette swipes home, and Decatur reclaims the lead at 4-3.
Yeah, Fabriette sees this, and he goes immediately, especially as soon as he sees that Palmy isn't even looking his way. Palmy's just getting the out, expecting that he'll have enough time, but Fabriette just eats up ground, and he scores easily as he steals 2 bags in the inning.
7th pitch of the at-bat to Reynolds. Breaking ball freezes him. Strike 3 called. Reynolds knew it, and Hadaway punches out his first hitter of the game. Now 2 outs in the Bean Ballers' third.
And unfortunately for Decatur, it is as if they just grounded into a double play, because although Fabriette steals second, Reynolds strikes out after Grabowski was caught stealing. So you get 2 outs and one of the guys scores. So it's as if, again, it was a double play, but Decatur now has the lead.
First pitch to O'Neal Feliz is high and away for ball 1. Feliz struck out looking to end the Bean Ballers first against Drake Hoffa. He was one of 2 strikeout victims for Hoffa. The 1-0. Fastball on the outside corner, 1-1 to Feliz. He leads the team with 10 doubles on the season. And he's hit much better on the road than he has at home. 326 outside of Workman Family Baseball Field here this season. 1-1. Fastball stayed up. 2 balls and a strike.
And on that play, it was a really good job by Fabriette, because Grabowski was picked off, and the way he was running, he was trying to get to second. He wasn't necessarily trying to get into a rundown, as it only took 1 throw along the relay.
2-1, rolled on the ground towards third. To his left base, he gloves, and he fires in plenty of time to retire Feliz to end the inning. But the Bean Ballers take the lead back, a couple of walks, and some nifty base running shenanigans from Decatur plate their 4th run. We're at the bottom of the 3rd here in Danville. Your Bean Ballers 4, the Dans 3. Three, 4, 5 due up here in the Dans half of the 3rd. They'll look to answer Decatur, who took the lead back in the top half of this inning. They now lead 4-3. It'll be Nick Palmy, Carson Brady, and Mason McReynolds to face Ethan Murphy, who got himself in a little bit of a jam last inning. A hit by pitch and then back-to-back walks to the 2 hitters in the bottom of the Dans lineup eventually led to 3 runs coming across, and that'll happen with 2 outs, Daniel. So he's hoping to respond here in the 3rd and throw up a 0 and allow his team to go back to the plate with the bats.
Yeah, and Murphy's gotten run support from his team in every inning so far, and something that Decatur wasn't able to do for Caden Millville in his debut with the Bean Ballers. It was just 2 runs in the 1st, and that was it until Millville was out of the game. They have gotten him run support, and they got him the lead back. Let's see if he can keep it.
Nick Palmy, the first one to greet him, and he swings at the first pitch. Lofts it in the air towards 3rd. Linderman camps under it and makes the grab, and Palmy, the dangerous bat that he is retired on 1 pitch.
Yeah, if there's any victory so far today, it's still early. It's still just the bottom of the 3rd inning, and we're almost an hour and 15 minutes into this game, but Decatur has really held Palmy in check. Strikeout and pop out on the infield so far. 2 frustrating at-bats for him.
Now for Carson Brady. First pitch in for a strike from Murphy.
And if it's any more frustrating, with all the balls that Murphy has thrown, it was 3 strikes to Palmy in the 1st inning and just 1 pitch here in the 4th.
Slider catches the outside corner, and Murphy quickly has Brady down. No balls and 2 strikes. Brady came in hitting .303 with 50 hits on the year. That's 3rd on the Dans. Murphy out of the wind. The 0-2. Slider off the plate, 1 and 2 laid off from Brady. Somehow, he trails Will Burke and Nick Palmy, each with 64 hits on the summer. The 1-2 pitch. Slider again laid off by Brady, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brady just 2 for his last 11 after he had his 10-game hit streak ended, but he's found ways to get on base. He's riding a 30-game on-base streak coming into this one. He's walked, he's gotten hit, he's found ways to get on base. 2-2 is yanked foul down the left field line. Count remains the same. The last time he did not reach base, all the way back June the 10th, went 0 for 4 against the Du Bois County Bombers. How great would it be if Decatur could end that streak tonight? A 2-2. Fastball just off the plate. And Brady has worked his way back as the count has gone full.
Yeah, it's a really good frame from Reynolds. Unfortunately for him, he can't get the call as he just puts it right on that outside corner. It might have been just a few inches off the plate, but certainly a close competitive pitch.
Payoff pitch now for Murphy. Fastball off the plate again. Had him down 0-2. And Brady works the walk. His on-base streak now at 31 games with 1 out here in the 3rd, down 4-3.
That's just a good at-bat, a good job from Brady to not expand the zone as It's tough, but it's not impossible to come back in the count from 1-2, and he does so and works the walk, and there's another walk. That's now the 4th walk of the game so far for Murphy. 5th free pass overall with the hit by pitch to Streeter.
Brings in the left-handed hitting Mason McReynolds. 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd for Danville. The first pitch for Murphy. Upstairs, ball 1. Infield plays, McReynolds around to pull. Fabriette about 3 steps to the left of second base. Weiss covering the hole at second. Big hole on the left side of the infield is Linderman playing way off the line. Next pitch from Murphy. Slider in the zone for a strike, 1-1. McReynolds 0 for 1 today. Comes in hitting .315 though, with 45 hits, including 6 doubles, a triple, and 1 long ball. The 1-1. Another slider grounded to first. Off the glove of Applegate, and it pops out of his glove, so he can only just step on the bag for 1. He was looking to turn and throw to second to try and get 2, but he'll just settle for the 1 out as Brady moves up to second with 2 outs in the 3rd.
Yeah, you certainly don't get the most natural hops, the most true hops here at Danville Stadium, and Applegate might have been looking a little too early to go to second before he even got the ball in his glove, but nonetheless collects himself, gets the out. And now if you get good pitch to Streeter, you can come away empty-handed, can the Dans.
He got hit by a pitch and scored last inning. The first pitch for Murphy in this at-bat, a slider up for ball 1.
And meanwhile, over in Terre Haute, the Rex are pouring it on to the Bombers. It's 19-6 as Terre Haute has plated 12 runs in the last 2 innings, entering the top of the 7th.
Brady off second. The 1-0 for Murphy. Swung on by Streeter, popped up down the right field line, but this will escape into the seats. Dans trailed the Rex by a 1.5 games in the Central Division for the second half playoff spot. And you'd think a win and a Dans loss at the hands of the Bean Ballers would be detrimental to their season. Streeter looking to tie this game up with a base hit. He's got 17 RBIs on the summer. Brady, good speed over there at second base. Deep breath from Murphy. He delivers on 1-1. Slider off the plate, 2-1. Streeter, though, has struggled to produce at home. Just 6 of those RBIs have come here at Danville Stadium, and he's hit just .238 on the year in front of the home faithful. Well, he's trying to turn that around in this last week of the season. The Dans have 3 home games out of their final 5 regular season. 2-1, slider in the dirt, blocked by Reynolds, but laid off from Streeter. It's 3 balls and a strike with J.J. Basinger on deck. Long looking for the sign from Murphy. Deep breath on the mound. His 3-1. Fastball upstairs above the belt, ball 4. Second walk of the inning, 5th overall of the game, and it gives J.J. Basinger an opportunity to hit here in the 3rd.
Yeah, it's just another free pass. And of the last 6 guys that Murphy has allowed to reach, 5 of them have been on the free pass. Overall, he's allowed 8 guys to reach base, 6 of which have come on free passes, and now 5 of which have come on walks.
Right-handed hitting Basinger. 2 outs, 2 on, bottom of the 3rd. Dan's down 4-3. First pitch from Murphy, popped up, back behind the plate, but it escapes out of the stadium for strike 1. Basinger struggled last week. He was just 1 for 13 in 4 games. Granted, that 1 hit came Sunday against the River Dragons. He drove in 2 on a triple. He also got hit twice. Ultimately, it was in a losing effort. The Dans fell 14-10 to Alton. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on line to left center field. Abernathy on the run, but he makes the grab in the alleyway to retire the side. The Dans strand 2 on 2 walks, but Ethan Murphy throws up another 0. We've played 3 full here in Danville. Your Bean Ballers still on top, 4-3. Top of the 4th here in Danville. Bottom of the Bean Ballers lineup, Weiss, Delgado, and then Abernathy. Bean Ballers reclaim the lead, last inning 4-3. They're looking for more against Nolan Hadaway. A couple of walks led to a run. But they're always looking for more because, again, last time these two teams faced 2 weeks ago today, Decatur led 11-9. They ultimately lost 21-11 in each of the last 2 matchups against the Dan. They've led in the late innings and ultimately have come up on the losing end both times. So, Daniel, you have to think Decatur's just looking to score in every inning, and hopefully that's enough to win this ballgame.
Yeah, the first 3 games in this series were thrillers, but they were all very low-scoring thrillers and very quick thrillers. And the last 2 and this one so far have been anything but long marathon games with a lot of runs, a lot of walks, a lot of hits, and very long games. And both of them so far, the Dans have ended out on top. Bean Ballers looking to change that today.
First pitch to Chase Weiss in the 4th is in the dirt for ball 1, a worm burner from Hadaway. Weiss lined his second double of the summer in the right center field and ultimately came around to score back in the 2nd. It's his first time facing the lefty Hadaway. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss from Weiss, 1-1. Weiss now 15 hits on the year. Now it's already his 4th hit against the Dans in his 3rd game. He's 4 for 7 now against Danville pitching. Small sample size, but he's been mashing. The 1-1 fastball from Hadaway's upstairs, 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, and overall today we have more runs than hits, as there are 7 runs combined, 6 hits combined. It's been because of those walks. And last inning for Decatur, 2 walks, 1 run, no hits.
The 2-1 pitch, off the hands, fouled off first base side, 2-2. And it definitely has slowed the pace down here in Danville. Bean Ballers came in bottom half of the league, averaging 6.1 walks given out per game as a pitching staff. For the Dans, they're top half of the league, though, just 5.5 given out. 2-2 in the dirt, laid off from Weiss, full count. But you've seen 4 walks already given out through the first 3 innings from Drake Hoffa and Nolan Hadaway, 2 of the better arms for Danville. Payoff pitch, swung on, grounded foul, third base side from Weiss. He stays alive and will do it again. Weiss went 3 for 7 last week in just 3 starts. As Daniel mentioned, he missed the road trip to Jackson to attend a wedding, but he came back with a vengeance Sunday. Another payoff pitch, upstairs, easy layoff from Weiss. And he draws yet another walk for Decatur, and for the 2nd consecutive inning, Bean Ballers' leadoff man is aboard.
Yeah, there have been a slew of walks handed out, as this is now the 5th walk that Decatur has drawn. But to the Dan's credit, pitching-wise, it's just been the Bean Ballers, really more to the Bean Ballers' credit at the plate, it's just been them rather than the pitching. Is every single one of those 5 walks were on full counts They've just been fouling off several pitches, working very long at bats, getting guys on base. And it doesn't matter how good of a strike thrower you are. If a guy is fouling off 3 or 4 pitches in an at-bat, at some point you sometimes just lose him.
All 4 innings, Decatur's gotten their leadoff man aboard. For the second time, it's Weiss. Now left on left against Noah Delgado. He swings to the first pitch, waves over the top of an off-speed for strike 1. Delgado singled to right and was stranded at second, back in the second. That was his 5th hit of the year, as he joined Decatur last week. Went 4 for 15 in the week. Short lead at first from Weiss. The 0-1, grounded foul outside of first, 0-2 now on Delgado. Delgado from the north side of Chicago, from Northbrook, Illinois. He said he grew up a White Sox fan because of his dad. But ultimately, he's taken his collegiate talents to Florida to play at St. Leo University. So the beaches, warm weather were enough for him.
Can't blame him.
Can't blame him. The 0-2 in the dirt, laid off from Delgado. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It was this part of the order that spurred a run back in the second as Delgado singled after the Weiss walk. Set the top of the order up nicely. Trying to do the same. The 1-2, Weiss is picked off at first. The throw down to second in plenty of time. Second guy that's been picked off trying to steal second off Hadaway. As a nasty move, and Mason McReynolds put the throw right on the money to second.
Yeah, when you're dealing with a righty, you can go on first move, but when you're dealing with a lefty, you got to make sure that leg kick, after they go up, it goes forward, because if it goes back to the bag, you're screwed, and if it goes up, your first move has to be back.
2-2 golfed in the air to right. May originally broke back. He comes in and makes the grab about 5 feet in front of the warning track for out number 2. So after a promising start to the inning, 2 outs, nobody on for the top of the lineup in Brandon Abernathy.
Yeah, this is a pitch that's low, and Delgado goes down to get it, but he just can't quite get it out, as he does catch it on the barrel, but his arms are fully extended, can't quite get all the power on it, and hooks it over to May for out number 2. And you mentioned it, Truman. Decatur's got the leadoff man on again, but it's now bases empty, 2 out.
Brandon Abernathy 1 for 2 today. It's his first time facing Hadaway, however. As now we have a stoppage in play, as there's a drone on the field. Someone's trying to get a great view of this game, possibly even record this game, and it's just sitting out there in center. And it's coming over now. Hey, Daniel, we finally got a flyover. And there it goes.
Yeah, for some people, maybe the $10 admission is a little too expensive, so maybe they want to view the game in another way. But
yeah, they were trying to get some nice B-roll shots, and thankfully the drone did not have to be put down. It was released back into the wild. But now we're back ready in action here, 2 outs at the top of the 4th. The first pitch to Abernathy. He takes a fastball in the inside corner for a strike. Abernathy's trying to hit the 50-hit threshold before the end of this summer. Currently is at 45. The 0-1, slider inside corner. Abernathy was backing out of the way, but it's on the money, 0-2 from Hadaway.
Yeah, that's back-to-back pitches that have been up and in, catching the zone, and Abernathy backs out of the way of, despite the fact that they're in the zone.
The 0-2, fastball off the plate, arm side run from Hadaway. Abernathy stays alive, a ball and 2 strikes.
And then he tries to speed him back up with a fastball, just a little too far away to even warrant a swing, and Abernathy tries to work himself back into the count.
Chokes up on the bat. 1-2, off the end of the bat, flared out into left. Streeter there, camps under it, makes the grab on the run to retire the side. Hadaway faces the minimum, erases a leadoff walk by picking him off. We're headed to the bottom of the 4th, 4-3 Decatur. Bottom of the fourth, 8-9-1 due up for the Dans here in their half of the fourth. Still just trailing by a run. They'll face Ethan Murphy, worked out of a first and second 2-out jam last inning. Still has yet to have a 1-2-3 inning, but he's limited the damage, and he'll try to limit it again here against the bottom of the Dans order.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of that 2-out walk to Streeter, he'll have to face the top of the order in May at some point in this inning, but if you're Murphy, you're just going to hope that's with 2 outs, nobody on.
Vorwald, Nelson, and May. Vorwald and Nelson each walked back in that 3-run second for Danville. And now it's the Lowell, Indiana native to lead off. And hold on, ladies and gentlemen, the drone is back. You know, it thought it could elude the umpires by being in right field. It was originally in center, but it's now in right. And, whoa, Chase Weiss just tried to throw his glove at it. It evaded the glove. It flew higher in the air. This thing is like, you know, this reminds me, Daniel, last night, did you see the squirrel that was loose at the field between the Orioles and the Tigers?
I did not know.
It took them 13 minutes
Wow.
to get this squirrel off the field. It weaved, it dodged, it put the grounds crew in a blender.
Okay, wow.
But, okay,
Yeah.
It appears the drone is left, so we're back to baseball, but we keep you updated on drone sightings. Ethan Murphy out of the windup. The first pitch to Vorwald, swing and a miss from the Dans center fielder, strike one.
Yeah, the drone in between innings was, as Murphy warmed up, camped about 15 feet in the air above the mound and then tried to tuck itself into right field, but was caught.
The 0-1 made it only about 45 feet to home as Murphy spiked it for a ball. That walk Vorwald drew was just his 12th walk of the season. He's hitting a lot better at home than on the road. 360 here at home. Another fastball spiked in the dirt. 2-1. He's got 9 hits and 25 at-bats at Danville Stadium versus just hitting 143 outside of Danville Stadium. The 2-1 pitch upstairs. It's now 3 balls and a strike on Vorwald. Is the drone back?
I don't know. Gabe Arroyo's out of the dugout, and he's pointing at something.
Maybe he's trying to see what the count is. From our vantage point with how the roof of the awning slopes, we can, if it's high up in the air, we cannot see it. But it appears it was more of a question about the count. It is 3-1.
I think Arroyo wanted to check on possible check swing at first just to make sure.
The 3-1 pitch. Slider in the dirt. Should have been ball 4, but it's now apparently 3-1. Doesn't matter anyway. Another pitch misses outside from Murphy. Walks another. And it's a leadoff walk to begin the Dans fourth.
Yeah, now unless he gets a double play ball out of Nelson or maybe a caught stealing pickoff, really any way to get an out that isn't natural, you're going to need to face both May and Bays at the top of the order. And if another guy gets on, possibly Palmy as well. So you really got to be careful if you're Murphy, who's worked well into the fourth, but the free passes keep getting to him.
Left-handed hitting Nelson. Linderman, the third baseman, in on the grass at third. The first pitch high and away. Snagged out of the air from Reynolds for ball 1. 6 walks have been issued out in Ethan Murphy's Bean Ballers debut. For Nelson, it was his 19th walk drawn of the year. And also his 5th against Decatur in his 3rd game. One-0 pitch. Swung on, fouled back by Nelson. 1-1.
Yeah, and the Dans are not a very heavy base running team. They have the 4th fewest stolen bases coming in with just 91, and the top of the order due up. I can't imagine that Vorwald tries to swipe it back, seeing that Reynolds has already caught 1 runner stealing in this game.
He does attempt to steal second. Nelson swings, lines one into center field. It's going to fall in for a hit. Abernathy collects, gets the ball back in quickly, but going first to third is Vorwald on Nick Nelson's first hit here in the month of July.
Yeah, and what a hit this is. This is blasted over the head of the infield on a line. It lands in front of Abernathy. And Vorwald, who's running on the play, as he would have tested the arm, ends up making it to third on the play.
Well, not only for Nelson is that his first hit here in the month of July, it's his first hit here at home. He had been 0 for 24. He snaps that here, and now it's the dangerous Jacob May. He's already got 2 RBIs tonight and 2 hits. Now 25 RBIs, tying run 90 feet away, nobody out, bottom of the 4th. First pitch from Murphy. Swung on, belted. Deep right field, Delgado on his horse, and it's over his head and off the wall. 1 run's going to score. Nelson will be stopped at third, but it's a 3-hit night for Jacob May. And it's an RBI double, and it's 4-4.
Yeah, May just continues to absolutely torch Bean Ballers pitching as he blasts this one. Delgado might have gotten some glove on it as he tried to make an over-the-shoulder catch, but nonetheless couldn't come up with it. And a run comes in to score. The game is tied. There's still nobody out, and now it's second and third. And it's because of the bottom of the order. You couldn't get Vorwald or Nelson out, and you had to deal with May, and he punished you yet again.
That'll do it for Ethan Murphy in his Bean Ballers debut. He's responsible for the 2 runners on base. We'll step aside. 4-4, Danville Ballers. Bottom of the 4th, new arm coming on for Decatur when we come back. One Murphy brother hands the ball to another. Carter Murphy, right-handed arm out of Springfield, Illinois. The brother to Ethan Murphy is the first call to the bullpen tonight for Gabe Arroyo, and he inherits a second and third no-outs jam here in the bottom of the 4th. He gets 2, 3, and 4, and we're tied all at 4 after Jacob May, his 3rd hit of the night, an RBI double to right, tied this one up. And, well, Daniel, for Murphy, through his 3 innings, he's responsible for the 2 runners on base. So he's given up 4 runs thus far, could be 6. He yielded 4 hits, 3 of them to Jacob May, who continues to swing it well versus Decatur. He's now 7 for 10 this summer versus Bean Ballers pitching.
Yeah, and 2 of those hits are home runs. 2 of those hits are doubles. Both of those doubles have now come in this game, and he's now chalked up several RBIs. And another thing, he drew 5 walks. All of those came in the game 2 weeks ago back on July 14th, but he's just been an absolute headhunter on Bean Ballers pitching. He's been unconscious when he plays Decatur.
Well, and isn't it fitting? He had come in with no RBIs and no extra base hits his last 6 games. He's got 2 extra base hits and 3 RBIs tonight. So now with a chance to take the first lead for Danville, it's Chase Bays against Carter Murphy in his Bean Ballers debut. Also for Murphy, representing East Central College. Like his brother, though, he did not pitch. First pitch to Bays. Fastball misses up and away. 1-0.
Yeah, Truman, at the pace of play between these 2 teams earlier this season, we'd probably be around the 8th inning. We're not even through 4, and we're already past the 2-hour mark.
1-0 swung on. Hit in the air to right, slicing away from Delgado. Both runners will tag. Delgado's got it just in front of the warning track, but coming in to score the Dan's 5th run is Nick Nelson as Chase Bays makes it a 5-4 Danville lead, and they have the lead for the first time tonight.
Yeah, again, it's just the start of this inning where Murphy walked Vorwald and gave up a single to Nelson. Because it was 2 on, no out, and nobody on 2 out for May, even though he burns you again, you could have gotten out of it unscathed. Instead, Decatur's now giving up the lead.
It's Bay's 28th RBI of the year. 1 out, still a runner at third. First pitch to Nick Palmy is up and into the lefty, 1-0. They've held him in check. He's 0 for 2 tonight, and Palmy came in 8 for 22 this year versus Decatur. 1-0. Slider on the ground to first. Applegate gloves. His only play will be to first. So another run scores. Decatur trades a run for an out, and it's 6-4 Danville as they put up 3 here in the 4th.
Yeah, this one's hit right on the screws, but May runs well, and it's put to the right side, so there's not really much of a reason for Applegate to go home. He just takes it to the bag, and Palmy, well, it's another out, even though he hit the ball sharply. It is a productive one, as now it's a 2-run ball game, and the Dans have some insurance.
First pitch to Carson Brady's off the plate for ball 1. It's Palmy's team-leading 55th RBI of the summer. They put up 3 in the second, 3 in the 4th. They lead 6-4 now, their first lead tonight. The 1-0 to Brady. Off the plate, 2 balls and no strikes. Brady flied out and walked in his 2 times against Carter's brother, Ethan. He's 1 out away from getting out of this 4th, though. The 2-0, inside almost hit him. He's trying to make the case it got him on the jersey, but to no avail. And it's now 3 balls, no strikes with Mason McReynolds on deck. Brady representing Florida Southern College. The 3-0 takes a fastball off the plate. It's a 4-pitch walk to extend the Dan's 4th.
Yeah.
Second walk of the night drawn by Brady. It's now his 19th of the summer. And now it forces Carter Murphy to face Mason McReynolds.
Walks can sometimes be contagious, and it seems that's what Ethan might have had a case of. And you're just hoping he doesn't pass it on to his brothers. There's the first free pass that Carter gives up after he got the first 2 outs.
First pitch from McReynolds, fastball just off the plate, 1-0. They are twins, Ethan and Carter. I've not gotten the opportunity to ask who's older. They both got tattoos on their left forearms. 1-0. Fastball lined in the air to center field and down in front of Abernathy for a hit. He cuts it off and gets it in quickly to hold. McReynolds to a single, and Brady just moving up 90 feet. But now back-to-back hitters have reached with 2 outs to bring up Amir Streeter.
Yeah, the walks continue to allow the hits to extend the innings. But now Decatur would giving up several walks, starting to get hit around after 2 hits in the first 3 innings, both of which came from May. Have 3 hits in this inning, only 1 has come from May. And the rest of the order is following suit, and now Bean Ballers have Streeter to the plate for the 3rd straight inning.
46th hit of the year for McReynolds. 2 on, 2 out for Streeter. First pitch from Murphy. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike. Streeter got hit and also walked against Ethan Murphy. Now it's his first time facing Carter Murphy. Decatur just looking for the 3rd out here in the 4th. They trail for the first time tonight. The 0-1. Swung on, fouled off towards the Dan's dugout. 0-2 on Streeter. In Streeter's last game Sunday against Alton, he went 0 for 2 with 2 runs batted in and a walk against the River Dragons. He's walked tonight, has yet to drive in a run though. He's got 2 on. The 0-2 from Murphy. Slider freezes Streeter, called strike 3. And this nightmarish fourth inning finally ends for Decatur. Carter picks up his brother, but not before the Dans strike for 3 runs in the inning on 2 hits. They take their first lead tonight. We're headed to the 5th, 6-4 Danville.
Top of the 5th inning here in Danville, and the Danville Dans now have the lead 6-4 after their second 3 spot of the day last inning. And it's still Nolan Hadaway on the mound, who settled in really nicely after Drake Hoffa was shaky across the first inning and 2/3. Hadaway's pitched the last 2 1/3. Hasn't given up any hits. He's given up a trio of walks, one of which came around to score, but he's picked off a couple of guys and thus has faced only one more than the minimum. It's 2-3-4, Charlie Linderman, Will Applegate, and Moises Febriette to lead off the 5th, and Decatur had the lead 4-3 going into last inning. They now trail 6-4 as Linderman takes a strike on a fastball, 0-1. Linderman today 0 for 1. Has a pair of flyouts, but the second of which was a sacrifice fly. Thus, he's credited with the RBI and not credited with an out. 0-1 pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, they just need runs. They need to just attack Hadaway. They've yet to get a hit off him. I think that first hit can come. They'll come in bunches, but someone just needs to ambush something because Hadaway's mixed up his looks, mixed up his locations.
1-1 pitch, clubbed out to left center. Streeter's back. He's on the run, as is Vorwald, and the center fielder makes the catch in the alley. Linderman gave it a ride the 3rd time. He hits a relatively deep fly ball, but the center fielder, Vorwald, tracks it down for out number 1, and the first time tonight that the Dans have retired the leadoff hitter.
That was a good swing from Linderman. He just got a little bit under it. If he gets a little bit more topspin on this ball, this is down in the alleyway. Like you said, second time tonight, a deep fly ball to left center field, and unfortunately both times been caught.
That'll make way for Will Applegate. Check swing, takes a ball outside as it gets all the way to the backstop. 1 ball and no strikes now to Applegate, who's 0 for 1, walked and scored in the first, flied out to end the second, grounds the ball. Couple of hops to Nelson, but a nice long hop ends up in his glove. Tough to first in time to retire Applegate, and quickly 2 away here in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, it's just a little undisciplined swing from Applegate. Left on left is a tough matchup specifically for the batter, and this is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, but his body collapses. He just rolls over, gets her along with his swing. If he stays close, stays through this ball, lets it travel a little bit longer, that's a single to left center. Instead, it's a rollover ground out.
That'll bring up Moises Febriette, who's done it all today. A 2-run double in the first, walk, a couple stolen bases, and a run in the 3rd as he takes a curveball for strike 1. Febriette, one of 3 Bean Ballers yet to be retired. Brady Grabowski has drawn a pair of walks, and Chase Weiss has doubled and walked. Febriette is quickly down 0-2 as he fouls back a high fastball. could open the scoring. Plated both runs for Decatur in the first on his double. 2 RBIs, 2 stolen bases, a 2-bagger, 1 for 1 with a walk, and he's also scored a run. And those stolen bases were of third and home back in the 3rd inning. Decatur yet to score since. 0-2 pitch. Fabriette clubs it down the left field line, but it hooks foul and out of play.
Yeah, just one of the few mistakes we've seen from Hadaway. 0-2, mid-thigh, and this is just a great ambush from Fabriette. Just hooks it foul, though. Tad early. That would have gone for extra bases. Now you got to get back in the box, and hopefully he leaves you something over the plate again.
Bays is only a few feet off the line at third, and Palmy deep in the hole at short. There's a big hole up the middle for Fabriette, but he's been pulling the ball. 0-2 pitch, popped up, right side in foul ground. McReynolds gives it a look, but it flies out of play.
And we've seen now that the lights are in full effect here at Danville Stadium, the sun is down. We've seen how tough it is when it gets above the lights because the lights are pointing directly down, and we've seen the Bean Ballers lose a few pop-ups. This one was out of play, but that'll be something to monitor as we continue on throughout this game is how do the defenders deal with the lights and if any balls are lost when it gets up into the night sky.
0-2 pitch. Fabriette pops it up the middle, off to the right. Nelson gives chase, and he makes the catch to retire the side. The Bean Ballers go 1-2-3. The first 1-2-3 inning for either team tonight. And they don't score for the second straight inning. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 6-4 Dans here at Danville Stadium. We're halfway done here at Danville Stadium, bottom of the 5th between the Dans and the Bean Ballers. Daniel Herzog, Truman, Griessel back with you on the official YouTube channel for your Decatur Bean Ballers, who trail 6-4 after Danville got 3 in the bottom of the 4th, and Decatur went 1-2-3 the first time either team went 1-2-3 in the top of the 5th. It's now the bottom of the order due up for Danville. Basinger, Vorwald, and Nelson. 7, 8, 9. Basinger was the only one who didn't come to the plate last inning in that 3 spot for the Dans, where they sent 8 to the plate. The first pitch from Carter Murphy, a slider just above the top of the zone for ball 1.
Yeah, if there's one difference between his brother is that Carter only works out of the stretch where Ethan had a windup in his arsenal.
1-0 pitch. Fastball right at the knees for strike 1. Terre Haute Rex have since run-ruled the Du Bois County Bombers 19-6. So if the Dans want to keep pace and stay just a game and a half back, they need to hold on to this lead. 1-1 fastball, broken bat. A little nubber to Linderman, who throws on the run in time. A really nice play as Basinger got jammed, fought it off, nearly got a base hit out of it, but to no avail, and the leadoff man is out.
That's a nice jump on the ball. It's a great pitch to start with from Carter Murphy. This is in on the hands and just eats up Basinger, and then Linderman. It's a tough play because he fields it right after it comes off the lip of the infield grass, the infield dirt, but he doesn't get a bad hop, stays with it, makes an off-balance throw and a nice stretch at first by Will Applegate.
Bryce Vorwald to the plate. Pair walks, pair runs as he takes a fastball up and away. Up to the plate for the second straight inning. Led off with a walk and scored on an RBI double from Jacob May. It's the third run that May had brought in. 1-0's away. It's now 2-0, and both of Vorwald's runs have been RBIs of May. And Truman, you made a point last inning. We talked about the lights here, how they point straight down, and sometimes you lose pop-ups as the 2-0 is in the dirt now 3-0. And, of course, we've been with the Bean Ballers this whole summer, but that reminded me of back on June 30th. In the sixth inning, there was a pop fly ball on the infield. Should have been caught. It would have retired the side. 3-0 in there for a strike on a slider. It's now 3-1. And it was off the bat of Will Burke, sky high on the infield, and nobody had a read on it. It fell, and then the next batter, Nick Palmy, had a 2-run triple. As this one's off the hands, ground ball, Febriette fields it in the hole, throw on the run in time. What a play by Moises Febriette. A pair of plays made by the Bean Ballers left side of the infield, and they're looking to put the Dans down 1-2-3.
That's a nice job, Febriette, because Linderman dives for this ball, but he comes up empty, and Febriette continues working through it, and he throws this ball moving towards third base. So an off-balance throw, but he throws it right on the money, and it's those highlight reel plays that make Febriette a really good shortstop. Other times he can make some really plays that you just kind of scratch your head, but that's one of those great plays.
Nick Nelson to the plate. Slider drops in there for strike one. And to his credit, as the season has gone on and he's gotten more comfortable, it seems that those boneheaded plays have been fewer and further between. It's now an 0-1 count to Nelson. Another slider, swing and a miss over the top of it. And also a good job from Carter Murphy to get back in the count. It was 3-0, 3-1. Got Vorwald to ground out. Retired him for the first time. Trying to retire Nelson for the first time, who's 1 for 1 with a walk and a single, and a pair of runs scored as well. 0-2 count. Murphy deals. Fouled off. But back to that pop-up back on June 30th from Will Burke. It's a 2-run triple from Palmy, an RBI single from Mason McReynolds. So 3 runs scored after it. The Bean Ballers ended up getting walked off in that game with 2 outs in the 9th. Certainly changed the course of the game. Here's the 0-2. Away ball 1. And that's not to say Decatur lost because of that drop pop-up. They had a chance. Misael Maldonado, a go-ahead grand slam in the 9th, but nonetheless, it did affect the outcome as the 1-2's inside. It's now 2-2.
Yeah, but if you're Carter Murphy, you want to get Nick Nelson right here because the 8-9 Vorwald and Nelson had scored 4 runs in their first 2 appearances each, and now you're trying to retire them 1-2-3, throw up a 0.
Here's the 2-2. Up and away, 3-2. Nelson, after being down in the hole 0-2, has worked the count full. Murphy looking for the first 1-2-3 inning and looking to retire Nelson for the first time. Looking to avoid May until next inning. Here's the payoff pitch. Lined over the head of Weiss and into right center field. Delgado to cut it off. Nelson will be held to a single for the second straight inning, but he's on base for the 3rd time, and now after Murphy fails to retire him for the first time today, he'll have to face May and hope to retire him.
Yeah, Decatur just must bring out the best in Nick Nelson. Again, he'd come in hitless at home, hitless in July, and he's got a multi-hit game here tonight. A couple of nice swings. He's seen the pitching well, and now it's his 2nd multi-hit game of the season.
First pitch to May is a fastball in the outside corner for strike 1, but Nelson had gone walk single. May has gone double, single, double. He's 3 for 3. And overall, he's 4 for 4 with 5 walks since the last time Decatur retired him. 0-1, popped up, foul ground back, and it gets out of play. And scratch that, he's actually 5 for 5 with 5 walks. And a slew of RBIs as May has driven in 8 since the last time Decatur retired him.
That was in the 8th inning back on June the 30th. Struck out swinging.
Here's the 0-2. Slider well outside. It's 1-2. Now 3 for 3 is impressive, but again, back on July 14th, he went 1 for 1. That hit was a home run. And he also walked 5 times. Here's the 1-2. Just low and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Reynolds tried to get the call, could not quite on the frame job. It was 0-2 to May. It was 0-2 to Nelson, who worked it back full and singled. Here's the 2-2. Fouled back, a high fastball that May fights off, and it's still 2-2.
And when you have a guy that's seeing the baseball like a beach ball right now, like May is, it's hard to get him out, and you need to get him out right here because you'd love to have this be a short, quick inning, try to at least just match the 0 of Nolan Hadaway. Your job, if you're Carter Murphy, you just got to throw up zeros, keep this score right where it is.
Incoming 2-2 from Murphy. Here it is. Swing and a miss. May swings over the top of the slider. He's retired for the first time against Decatur since June 30th. And he is retired for the first time tonight. It's the first punch out in Carter Murphy's Bean Ballers career. And he puts a 0 on the board. We go to the 6th inning. Bean Ballers still just chasing 2 runs, 6-4 on the official YouTube channel for your Decatur Bean Ballers.
Five, 6, and 7 due up for Decatur in their half of the 6th. Both teams didn't score in the 5th. Our score still 6-4. Here as we enter the 6th inning of play between your Decatur Bean Ballers and the Danville Dans. The final Tuesday in the inaugural season of Decatur Bean Ballers baseball here in 2026. And they're looking to end it with a win and start the final week strong. It'll be Grabowski, Reynolds, and Felice trailing by 2 runs, and Nolan Hadaway has had the numbers of Decatur. He has yet to give up a hit and walked just 3 in his 3 1/3 innings of work. Brady Grabowski has walked twice. The first pitch from Hadaway, fastball in for a strike. Hadaway has conceded a run against Decatur. That came back in the 3rd. He set the Bean Ballers down in order each of the last 2 innings. The 0-1. Swung on by Grabowski, fouled off right side and out of play, 0-2. Grabowski's hit safely in 3 of his last 4 games. He was 2 for 3 with a pair of RBIs Sunday against Clinton. 0-2. Off speed, looped out into shallow center. On comes Streeter. He's not going to get there and has to play it on a hop. There's the first hit for Decatur against Hadaway. It's a leadoff single from Brady Grabowski.
Yeah, it's just a hanging breaking ball that gets too much of the plate, and Grabowski goes out, and good hitters punish those. He punishes it. He's now reached for the 3rd time today, yet to be put out, and it just puts it right between Streeter and Vorwald, and neither of them can get to it. And he's on base as the leadoff man for Decatur yet again reaches.
First pitch to Gage Reynolds off the plate, and it catches the outside corner, actually, for strike 1. Reynolds has struck out twice. He's struck out swinging and struck out looking. For Grabowski, he's now got a dozen hits in his Bean Ballers career. 0-1. In the dirt, blocked by Basinger, 1-1. Reynolds' bat has really come on strong here in the month of July. He came in hitting .351 in the month. Has 13 hits here in July. Had just 5 in all of June. Check over at first. Grabowski back in. He's been the everyday catcher for Decatur, and his bat has heated up because of it. Trying to be part of a rally. Another pick over at first. Grabowski hesitated but gets back in safely.
Yeah, with the head movements of Hadaway, as he sometimes is looking back home, looking back to first, is moving his head around, sometimes can be confusing on what you should do at first, but Grabowski nonetheless gets back safely.
1-1 fouled off by Reynolds, 1-2.
Yeah, and if there's any team that has had Reynolds, had his number, it's been these Dans. He's now just 2 for 13 on the season. He struck out 6 times against Danville pitching.
Trying to avoid the hat trick. 1-2. Check over at first again. Grabowski not known necessarily for his wheels. He has yet to successfully steal a base. When he got caught stealing back in the 3rd, that was the 2nd time that's happened this year. The 1-2 to Reynolds, lined right at the shortstop, Palmy, who back picks towards first, but Grabowski dives back in safely. Reynolds hit it hard, but he's retired for the 3rd time. And now O'Neill Feliz with 1 out in the 6th.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating for Reynolds. As a pair of punch-outs, he hits this one right on the screws, but it's right at Palmy. And fortunately, Grabowski, as he realizes where this ball is going, can stop his momentum. It was hit sharply, but he stops his momentum, goes back to first, and he gets back just in time.
Well, that'll do it for Nolan Hadaway. A gutsy 3 2/3 innings pitched. He'll hand the ball off to Cam Gross, and another pitching change up for Danville. He leaves to a standing ovation. Will step aside. 6-4 Dans, top of the 6th here in Danville, Illinois. Left-hander to left-hander out of the bullpen for Danville. It's Nolan Hadaway's pitch count getting up there, and Cam Gross in this stretch run trying to make the playoffs wants to save one of his best relievers. So he calls on Drew Ogden, who's making his 12th appearance of the summer. He's 3-0 with a 5.29 ERA and 17 innings pitched. He comes on with a runner at first, 1 out here in the 6th, trying to protect a 2-run lead. He gets to the bottom of Decatur's lineup. Ogden's representing Danville Area Community College. The second time he's pitching against the Bean Ballers. You go back to their first matchup back on May the 30th. He gave up a hit in an inning. Didn't allow any runs in that 5-4 win. He then pitched June 30th in a shutout inning in that 9-8 win. First guy to face him, Onio Feliz. 0 for 2 today. First pitch from Ogden. Swing and a miss from Feliz, 0-1.
Yeah, it seems like Hadaway, the Bean Ballers might have had figured out, finally got their first hit after 3 1/3 innings pitched, and he gets only one more hitter, and being very conservative is Lamar.
The 0-1, another swing and a miss from Feliz. He's down in the count, 0-2. Opponents are just hitting 196 off Ogden. His problem, walks, 21 of them given out in just 17 innings pitched. He's trying to avoid that and slam the door in the Bean Ballers' 6th. The 0-2 pitch inside, backed off the plate, did Feliz, 1-2. Feliz represents the tying run. He is still yet to hit a homer this season. Now would be the time. 1-2, fastball away, 2-2.
Yeah, Feliz left the yard 8 times this past spring at Florence Darlington Technical College, and he tells me that when it rains, it pours for him. Once he hit 1, he started hitting 2, 3, and balls were just flying out of the yard.
The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Grabowski trying to steal second. The throw down from Basinger, not in time. Grabowski shows off the wheels, moves into scoring position, and the count is now 3-2 on Feliz.
Yeah, the timing of this, it gets to the bag just a little bit before Grabowski gets there, but Nelson's at the front of the bag. Grabowski slides around it towards the back of the bag, and Nelson can't put the tag on him.
RBI opportunity for Feliz. He's second on the team with 22. He trails Brandon Abernathy, who has 24. Payoff pitch from Ogden, outside, ball 4. He had him down in the count, 0-2, but Feliz works a walk, and now 2 on for Chase Weiss.
Yeah, Feliz ends up down in the count 0-2, but does a good job of not expanding the zone. After he swings at 2 strikes, he watches 4 balls, and he's aboard, and we'll see. Walks can sometimes be contagious. You talked about walks sort of being Ogden's Achilles heel. We'll see if Weiss, who's already drawn a walk tonight, can muster up the courage and work a long battle, maybe load the bases.
The first pitch to Weiss, taken for a strike. That walk for Feliz extends his on-base streak to 15 games now. The 0-1 to Weiss, fouled back off the netting. Took a hearty hack. And now he's down 0-2. He's reached base twice. Doubled and scored back in the second, and then he walked and was caught stealing back in the 4th. This is the 3rd pitcher he's facing, his 3rd time to the plate. The 0-2 from Ogden, upstairs, 1-2. Weiss rakes on the road. 370, and he added to it with his 11th hit, that double. A 1-2 pitch, off the plate, 2-2.
Yeah, he talked about it, hitting just 200, and he'll only hit just 200 because no more home games for Decatur, but part of it is just it's more backloaded schedule, and he's only been with Decatur for the second half.
2-2 pitch, slider in the dirt, gets away from Basinger. Both runners will move up. And now the tying run moves into scoring position with 1 out.
Yeah, still only 1 out, and this is back-to-back hitters that it's 0-2, and Decatur just fights themselves back into the count.
Noah Delgado on deck. Infield playing back. They'll trade a run for an out. The payoff pitch. Off the plate, ball 4. Back-to-back hitters that Drew Ogden has had down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. And Onio Feliz and Chase Weiss have each drawn a walk to load the bases.
Yeah, very, very, very good plate discipline for Decatur. This is a very strong pitching staff for the Dans, and a staff that really just stifled you in the matchups at Workman Family Baseball Field, but you find your way. You find a way to get on base, find a way to eat at the relievers. Didn't do a great job against Hadaway, and who just really limited the free passes, but now 2 batters, 2 free passes for Ogden so far.
Now Cam goes out to talk to his pitcher. Declan Bowers, right-handers up in the Dan's bullpen, and you have to think left on left here against Delgado. This is the guy you have to get. You couldn't get Feliz, you couldn't get Weiss when you had him down 0-2, and now the bases are loaded for the Bean Ballers. Delgado, like Weiss, 1 for 2 today, and it's the 3rd different pitcher that he's facing.
Now you got to be careful because you got nowhere to put Delgado, and you got to find strike 3. Ogden got both Feliz and Weiss down 0-2 and walked both of them.
First pitch to Delgado, outside 1-0 from Ogden. Chase Bays playing even with the bag at third. The rest of the infield shaded around just slightly to the right. 1-0 pitch. Swung on by Delgado, lofted to shallow left. Streeter comes on, he won't get to it. It drops. O'Neal's getting waved around. Streeter has a problem in the outfield. Feliz scores, and the Bean Ballers have tied it. Noah Delgado, left on left, comes through, and it's 6-6.
Really good job from Delgado. Pulled a pair of balls his first 2 times up, a single to right, a fly out to right. This one, a little flare that just hooks, but not far enough. It tucks itself inside of the foul line, and Feliz and Grabowski had different reads. Grabowski was back to the bag. Feliz was off, so he had to slow up a little bit before he got to third, and because Streeter struggles with it a little bit, he still scores standing up, and it's a tie ball game.
Now Mr. Clutch. First pitch to Brandon Abernathy is away, ball 1. For Delgado, it's his 2nd multi-hit game of the year. He's now got 6 hits on the season and 6 RBIs. We are all tied 6-6 in the 6th. And the Bean Ballers still have 2 on with 1 out. 1-0 pitch to BA. Abernathy takes off the plate, 2-0. He's the team leader in RBIs at 24. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Trying to come through for his squad. A 2-0 from Ogden. Swung on, popped up, first base side and out of play. It's now 2 balls and a strike. Abernathy came into this game just 3 for 22. His last 6 games, a 136 batting average. But he has 4 RBIs over that span. Trying to finish on a high note. A 2-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball up. Takes him to his knees as he swung out of his shoes on that one. It's 2-2. Weiss at second. Delgado at first. Ogden has faced 3 hitters. He has not retired any of them. 2-2 pitch. High and away. Full count. Charlie Linderman on deck.
And yet again, it reaches a full count. And with 2 strikes, he really hasn't had any ability to find the zone. And a pair of free passes, and then because of that, he gives up the 2-run single to Delgado. The go-ahead runs in scoring position for Decatur.
Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball away gets him. Out number 2 in the inning, but it's a huge out that Drew Ogden needed.
Yeah, this is a well-played fastball low and away, and Abernathy reaches out, can't quite get to it. Not the most comfortable swing for him, and there's 2 away, and Ogden, who already relinquished the lead, hopes not to give the Bean Ballers the lead.
Charlie Linderman, 0 for 2 with an RBI. Trying to come through with 2 outs. First pitch from Ogden. Swung on, lifted to shallow right. May charges, on his horse, makes the grab just next to the right field foul line to retire the side. But the Bean Ballers bats come alive. They tie the game. Noah Delgado comes through with a 2-run single. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th. It's 6-6. Brand new ball game here in Danville. Two, three, four, two up here for the Dans in their half of the 6th. It's a brand new ball game as Decatur comes through the bottom of the lineup. They score 2 runs on 2 hits in the top of the 6th, tie this game all up at 6 runs. And now pinch hitting for Chase Bays here to begin the bottom of the 6th is going to be Owen Strahl. Number 25, Owen Strahl. Swings at the first pitch, chops it to third, but foul. Unless I'm mistaken and Chase Bays is wearing a different number, but Bays is listed as number 9. Owen Strahl, number 25, and it is number 25 at the plate. Right-handed hitter out of Lake Zurich, Illinois, hitting just .091. 0-1 pitch from Carter Murphy off the plate to Strahl, 1 ball, 1 strike. Last time Strahl appeared in the game was July 11th. He went 0 for 1 with a strikeout against the Bees. 1-1 pitch. Looks at a fastball for strike 2. Carter Murphy trying to throw up a 0 after he got the final 3, all 3 outs in the 4th and 5th. 1-2 pitch. Slider cut on and missed. Strikes him out. And Owen Strahl is down on strikes to begin the Dans 6th.
Yeah, this is a slider, but there's even more off of it from a typical fastball than usual, and that one just is hanging, but it's so slow to the plate that Strahl completely goes around way too far for it. And there's out number 1.
3rd strikeout for Carter Murphy. The first pitch to Nick Palmy down near the shoe tops. He dances off the plate for ball 1. They've held Palmy in check. He's 0 for 3, did drive in a run back in the 4th. He came in as the 4th best hitter on the Dans lineup. 1-0. Swung on, yanked to the right side, and hops over the glove of Will Applegate and on into right field. Palmy's going to try and stretch it for a double, and he hits the brakes as Noah Delgado fires it back on the infield. But Palmy reaches with 1 out on his first hit of the night.
Yeah, Palmy absolutely laces this one, and it takes a big hop over the glove of Applegate, who was already going to his right, had really no chance to make it as he would have needed to backhand it. And then Palmy is sort of like a deer in headlights when he sees the throw come in from Delgado, completely skids to a stop and decides, hey, you know what, I'm just going to stick to my single.
First pitch taken for a strike at the knees is Carson Brady. Brady has walked in each of his 2 last plate appearances. That hit for Palmy was his team-leading 65th hit. Also his 9th against Bean Ballers pitching this summer. The 0-1 to Brady. Swung on, off the hands of the left side and onto the left field. Gets past Febriette. Palmy moves up to second, but it's back-to-back singles for the Dans. Trouble brewing for Mason McReynolds.
Yeah, this one's put sharply again as Brady turns on it, and backhand side for Febriette. He can't quite get to it. It gets under his glove and into left field. Back-to-back hits, and Palmy's only at second because it's to left field, but he's the go-ahead run is into scoring position, and it's just been punch, counter punch. Bean Ballers take the lead, the Dans tie it back. Decatur takes it back, Dans take the lead. Bean Ballers tie it, and the Dans looking to take the lead back.
First pitch to McReynolds, fastball off the plate, ball one. He's 1 for 3 tonight, did single off Carter Murphy back in the fourth. He's got 24 runs batted in on the season. Trying to come through with the plenty of speed at second in Palmy. Infield shades him around the pole. 1-0. Fastball in the inner half taken for a strike. Definitely has been haymakers being thrown by either side. Bean Ballers 6 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Danville 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Murphy comes set. 1-1 home. Slider popped up, third base side. Linderman gives the look, but it's way off into the seats, 1-2.
And there is strike two. If you get this second out, you feel a lot more comfortable. It's just a world of a difference in so many scenarios. You know, it's like 2-1 versus 3-0. 2 on, 2 out versus bases loaded, 1 out.
The 1-2 gets all the way to the backstop, past the glove of Reynolds. So both runners move up. Palmy to third, Brady to second. No double play. And the Dans have 2 in scoring position.
Yeah, both runners bluffed as if they were going, and then they put the brakes on. But then the ball is just completely yanked glove side by Carter Murphy, and Reynolds can't get to it as McReynolds actually needs to back out of it. Gets all the way to the backstop. Both runners get an extra 90 feet, and now with only 1 out, Bean Ballers have to bring the infield in.
Infield in. The 2-2. Swung on, fouled off the Bean Ballers dugout by McReynolds. He's hitting a blistering .387 here at home. 24 hits inside Danville Stadium. He's got 2 ducks on the pond. Trying to give the Dans a lead back after Decatur tied it in the top half of this inning. Another 2-2 slider off the glove of Reynolds and gets to the backstop. Palmy trots home, and the Dans reclaim the lead 7-6.
Yeah, Reynolds reaches out to the slider, gets a glove on it, but can't quite get to it. But overall, this is just another pitch that is just way too far away from the zone as he completely undercooks this one arm side, and it's now back to a full count, and Decatur no longer has a tie ball game as the Dans take the lead.
Infield still in. Payoff pitch to the left side and through down the left field line. McReynolds comes through. He's looking for extra bases. Grabowski fields, but McReynolds is into second base standing with an RBI double. You were talking about it, punch, counter punch. Well, the Dans have punched back on Mason McReynolds' 7th double of the year. It's his 25th RBI, and it's now 8-6 Danville.
Yeah, this is just a pitch that McReynolds, a lefty bat, puts it the other way, tucks it in between the third base bag and Linderman. Not necessarily a bad pitch, but you wanted that pitch maybe 2 pitches ago when it was a 1-2 count. Instead, it's 3-2 after you already miss on a wild pitch. Rather, a couple wild pitches. And
first pitch to Amir Streeter backs him off the plate near the ribs for ball 1. He's already been hit by a pitch tonight. That was his first time up back in the second. He struck out looking back in the fourth against Carter Murphy, and that errant pitch is going to draw John Toney hustling out of the Bean Ballers dugout. This inning started with a strikeout. Then it went single by Nick Palmy, single by Carson Brady. And double by Mason McReynolds. The 3-4-5 hitters coming through for Danville. After it seemed like Decatur was trying to get the momentum back on their side, Danville steals it right back and has Decatur on their heels. For Danville this final week of the year, they'll head on the road tomorrow to Champion City to take on the Half Tracks before they come home Thursday to play the Half Tracks at home. Friday, they travel down to play Du Bois County on the road, and then Saturday, right back here at Danville Stadium, Bean Ballers and Dans. As for your Bean Ballers, they get the off day tomorrow, up in Burlington Thursday, down in Marion against the Thrillbillies Friday, and then to conclude their inaugural season against the Dans. 1-0 to Amir Streeter. Runner at second, one out, 8-6 Dans, bottom of the sixth. Pitch from Murphy, fastball at the knees for a strike. Streeter's got 17 RBIs here on the season. He had 2 Sunday against the River Dragons. One pitch. Swing and a miss from Streeter, 1-2. It was an all-around solid week at the plate last week for Streeter. He went 5 for 22. Excuse me, 6 for 21 in the week, including a double. Trying to start this final week off strong in the regular season. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased a fastball up. He strikes out for the second time tonight, and it's out number 2 in the Dans sixth.
Has a good fastball. It's up in the zone, but it's up and away, and Streeter has to reach out to it. Can't get all of it. And instead of waiting on it and trying to put it the other way, he tries to swing immediately and can't reach out and hook it down the line. There's out number 2, the second punch out of the inning for Carter Murphy.
First pitch to J.J. Basinger. He swings and misses through a fastball. Basinger, the only Dan yet to reach base tonight. He's 0 for 3. He's now 3 for 18 against Decatur on the season. No 1 pitch. Popped up. Playable on the infield. Weiss and Febriette come together, second base side, and it's Chase Weiss who sees it go off his glove. And Mason McReynolds kept running, and the Dans score a run. He did everything but make the grab, and now it's 9-6 Danville. For the third time tonight, they put up 3 runs in an inning.
Yeah, we talked about the lights. Sometimes it's just a tough play, as can't get a really good read until it sometimes too late. But he did everything right. He got to the spot and just boots this one. And Decatur, the last time they went errorless was right here at Danville Stadium on June 30th. They've now made an error in every game in July. And yet again, a dropped pop-up on the infield here in Danville comes back to bite him, as now it's a 3-run lead that the Dans have.
Largest lead for Danville tonight. First pitch, swing and a miss from Bryce Vorwald. Vorwald's walked twice and scored 2 runs. He grounded out last inning. Murphy a long look. The 0-1. Grounded up the middle, glove by Murphy. The underhand flips to Will Applegate at first to retire the side, but not before Danville strikes for 3 more runs in the inning on 3 hits. They strand a man. Bean Ballers have work to do as we enter the final 3 innings in this one, down 9-6 against the Dans. Well, here we go, Daniel. Another crooked number put up by the Dans. Last time they came to the plate, they now lead by their largest margin at 9-6 as we enter the 7th. Bean Ballers have work to do once again. Do they have a comeback in them?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we've seen against these Dans, Decatur has worked comebacks. They walked it off in a game back at Workman Family Baseball Field back on June 30th right here at Danville Stadium. Decatur down to their final out. Loaded the bases on free passes, hit a home run before they even got an out, and still lost. But they are capable of mounting a comeback. We've seen that this season. We've seen that against the Dans. We'll hope to see it tonight if you're Decatur fans.
Drew Ogden is missed with the first 2 offerings to Will Applegate to begin the Bean Ballers' 7th. He got the final 2 outs of the 6th, but not before he gave up a game-tying 2-run single to Noah Delgado. Applegate, Febriette, Grabowski, 3-4-5 for Decatur. 2-0 pitch inside, almost hit Applegate. And it's 3 balls, no strikes. This would be the part of the order to get a rally going. They've scored 3 runs, 2 hits between the trio. 3-0 pitch. Inside, ball 4, it's a 4-pitch walk. Issued out by Drew Ogden, his 3rd already in this outing, to lead off the 7th.
Yeah, you talked about the free passes are what plagued Ogden last inning. As after he came in 1-on-1 out, walked Felice, walked Weiss, and then that 2-run single to Delgado did the damage. But it was after those free passes, and warrants a first batter free pass here. And now he's got a dangerous Febriette to the plate.
Misses for the 5th straight pitch inside to Febriette. Febriette popped up to second his last time up. He's walked and scored and also drove home 2 on a double his first time up. Bean Ballers just need base runners. 1-0. Swing and a miss from Febriette late on a heater. That walk to Applegate. Now his 10th walk of the Summers. It's his 2nd tonight. He's a hard guy to walk. He came in with just 8 walks and 75 at-bats. The 1-1. Fastball by Febriette. Swung through it. 1-2. He's got home run potential. 2 of them on the season. 1-2 pitch. Upstairs laid off. Febriette's hit safely now 4 of his last 5 road games. He's trying to come through for his team. 2-2. Fouled off. As for Febriette, he's raised his batting average to .245 on the season. He's 20 for 60 his last 16 games. He's hitting .333 basically over the entire month of July. Another 2-2 pitch. Fastball off the plate, full count. Brady Grabowski on deck. Ogden trying not to walk his 4th batter in his short outing. Before he delivers the payoff pitch, he's going to take a check over at Will Applegate. Ogden comes set. Payoff pitch. Downstairs. Ball 4. Another walk. And now the tying run comes to the plate in the form of Brady Grabowski.
Yeah, it's another example of the Bean Ballers not just walking, but walking after they're down in the count. This was a 2-strike count pretty early in the at-bat for Febriette. And yet again, he's able to work his way back into it and draw his 2nd walk of the day. And it's another free pass. And after Ogden handed out 2 last inning and got into damage and gave up the lead, Cam Gross elects that after he gives up 2 to start this inning, he's not going to let him make the same mistake twice.
4th pitcher of the night coming on for Danville. Will step aside. Bean Ballers have something brewing in the 7th, down 9-6. Runners at 1st and 2nd, nobody out. The right-handed pitcher out of Danville, Illinois, the graduated high school senior committed to Olney Central College, Miles Crosby, who comes on to try and get his team out of this jam here in the 7th. He inherits runners at first and second, nobody out, trying to protect a 3-run lead. It's his 5th appearance, a 6.75 ERA across 6 2/3 innings. Last time out for Crosby, he gave up a run on 2 hits with a strikeout in 2 innings against the Creek Chubs in Game 1 of their doubleheader, July 25th.
And for Crosby, again, you don't want to fall victim to the free pass bug, as you're now dealing with a pair of guys on base, both of which were walked by Ogden. And Ogden gave up 4 walks. Walks didn't really plague Hadaway, but they really did plague Hoffa. And Decatur's been patient at the plate. Even with 2 strikes, they're not going to expand the zone. They'll take balls and they'll draw walks.
He gets Brady Grabowski. He represents the tying run. The first pitch from the right-hander. Ball in the dirt, skips past Basinger all the way to the backstop. That allows Applegate to move to third and Febriant to second.
That's just spiked. First pitch, sometimes you see, especially around this prospect league, pitcher comes in, can't quite find the strike zone, and sometimes you even see them walk the first guy on 4 pitches, but this one's nowhere close, and a head start for Grabowski 1-0, but also a head start as now the double play is no longer in effect, and Decatur has the tying run at the plate, but they have 2 on in scoring position.
Grabowski is yet to be retired tonight. He singled and scored to begin last inning. Decatur tied it at 6 before Danville responded with 3 in the bottom of the 6th. Trying to come through for his side and cut into this lead. Infield back for Danville. It's the 1-0 from Crosby. Fastball in the dirt again, 2-0. Crosby's a graduate of Schlarman High School here in Danville. He had a 1.38 ERA across 8 appearances and 25 innings in his senior season. Struck out 46, walked just 9. 2-0 pitch. Fastball hammered in the air to right. It takes Jacob May back. Both runners will tag. May makes the grab. Applegate comes home. The throw to second. And Brady Grabowski comes through with a sacrifice fly, making it 9-7.
Yeah, it's a good pitch from Crosby. It's away, but Grabowski does a really good job going the other way with it. Doesn't try to do too much, but puts it deep enough that May has no real chance to get Applegate. He scores, and Febriant moves up to third.
1 out in the inning, 9-7 to Danville. Infield still playing back. They'll trade another run for an out as Gage Reynolds gets set to dig in. He hit it hard his last time up, but lined it right to Nick Palmy at short. Reynolds would love to come through for his side. You'd love a base hit. Danville would trade a run for an out to clear the bases. Decatur would like to keep the pressure on. First pitch from Crosby. Curveball stays up, 1-0.
And another thing about that sac fly for Grabowski, puts it the other way, so with runners on second and third, both can tag. Now Febriet's at third.
1-0 pitch. Fastball downstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. Opponents hitting 148 off Crosby, but he's issued 10 walks in his now 7 innings pitched. Hitters count. The 2-0. Fastball swung on and missed from Reynolds. He was swinging for the fences. Came up empty. Just trying to put the ball in play. Make it a 1-run ball game. Crosby delivers. Fastball downstairs. 3 balls and a strike. O'Neal Feliz on deck.
Yeah. For Decatur against Ogden sometimes, against Hadaway sometimes, against Hoffa sometimes, it was quickly behind in counts and working their way back. It hasn't even been that, as Crosby has had a 2-0 count to Grabowski, now a 3-1 count to Reynolds.
And the 3-1 fastball's off the plate from Crosby. The walk bug bites him again. Keeps the pressure on as now runners at the corners. Engage Reynolds represents the tying run with 1 out.
And it's Feliz to the plate. One thing you can't do here is put the ball on the ground. If you put the ball in the air, if it's on the infield, It'll be the second out, but it'll still give your team a chance. If you put it on the ground and find a fielder, roll one over, kill a rally before it even starts, this is a perfect time for your first home run of the season. You got guys at the corners, tying runs at first, and Felice represents the go-ahead run at the plate. We've seen plenty of madness before when these two teams face off, and it seems like we're due for some more, as it's a very close ball game yet again, very high scoring, and continues to be a lot of guys on base.
Felice has grounded in the most double plays on the year with 5. It's Moises Fabrian at third, Gage Reynolds at first. 9-7 Danville, 1 out, top of the 7th. Felice walked and scored last inning. It's now the 4th different pitcher that he is facing. First pitch from Crosby, fastball, swing and a miss. Everyone on the infield came together before that last pitch to talk to Crosby. Whatever said must have worked. Next pitch from Crosby. Hit in the air, right center field. May and Vorwald chase it. May makes the grab. Fabriat tags. The throw in, not going to be in time. And it's the second sacrifice fly of the inning for Decatur. It's back to a 1-run ball game now, 9-8.
A very productive out. You trade an out for a run, bring it within 1. You know your bats are capable of getting him more runs. And Decatur's a very good team at scoring with 2 outs. So a very good job of Felice at putting it in play. He has the power that even if he gets under it a little bit, it could still end up with a run, and it does just that as Fabriat crosses the plate and Decatur brings it within 1.
Now Chase Weiss. First pitch from Crosby. Fastball on the outside corner, strike 1. Gage Reynolds still at first. Chase Weiss trying to make up for his error last half inning. He dropped a pop-up that allowed the 3rd run of the inning to score for Danville. 0-1, slider cut on and missed, 0-2. He is yet to be retired tonight. He's doubled and walked twice. Crowd coming to their feet here in Danville. The 0-2, slider off the plate, taken for ball 1. Some groans out of the crowd, thought that caught the corner. Reynolds with sleeper speed. He's trying to line something in the gap. 1-2. Slider off the end of the bat, dribbled up the first base line, but it's going to bounce foul. So we'll do it again.
Yeah, we've had the Dans had pretty good crowds the first 2 games between these two teams here. This is certainly the biggest. Very packed crowd, and they've been rowdy. Their Dans have given them stuff to scream about on the offensive end, but the Bean Ballers have been almost as sharp defensively.
1-2, slider up in the air, line into right center field. Vorwald cuts it off. Reynolds is going to be held at third as the ball almost got away from Nick Palmy getting back in from Bryce Vorwald, but Chase Weiss comes through with 2 outs, extends this inning on his 2nd hit of the ball game.
Yeah, still hasn't been retired. Double walk, single, and this is a hanging slider. Gets way too much of the plate, especially for a 1-2 count, and he blisters this into the gap. It nearly gets between Vorwald and May, and that would have scored Reynolds if it did, but it still is put far enough to right field, and Reynolds runs well enough that it's now 1st and 3rd, and the tying run's 90 feet away.
Still with 2 outs, Noah Delgado. The first pitch from Crosby, swung on, fouled back by Delgado. He's 2 for 3 tonight, including a 2-run single last inning. That tied the game. Can he do it again in back-to-back at-bats and back-to-back innings? Runners at the corners, 9-8 Dans. The 0-1 from Crosby. Inside 1-1. Weiss has now got 16 hits on the summer. He would represent what is the go-ahead run. Crosby comes set. The 1-1. Slider up, 2-1. Chase Weiss, 5 successful stolen bases on the summer. He has been caught stealing tonight. The 2-1. Inside. 3 balls and a strike now on Delgado with Brandon Abernathy on deck. This game just keeping us on the edge of our seats. Neither team wants to back down. The 3-1 pitch. Delgado swings, pops it up, third base side, but it gets well out of play. And the count goes full.
And here's another full count. It feels like it's been every batter, or at least multiple batters, every inning. It's been long innings. A lot of pitches. We'll see who wins this battle, but if Delgado continues to foul off balls, it typically goes the way of the batter, and Crosby can't find the zone every single pitch.
Weiss will be off and moving. The payoff pitch. Swung on, lifted to shallow left. Streeter sprinting out. Palmy, they collide, and Palmy hangs on to it. Almost a scary situation. Results in out number 3 in the 7th to retire the Bean Ballers, but not before they strike back 2 runs on 2 sacrifice flies. The lead now just at 1 for Danville. It's time to stretch here in Eastern Illinois. 9-8 dance. Third different pitcher of the night on for the Bean Ballers here in the bottom of the 7th. It's the third newest pitcher on the Bean Ballers roster, Joshua Day, who takes over for Carter Murphy, who gave up 3 runs on 5 hits, struck out 3 over 3 innings. But now it's Joshua Day in his Bean Ballers debut. Right-handed pitcher out of Phoenix, Arizona, representing Penn State Shenango. This past spring, as a GOAT, he had a 9.82 ERA in 7 1/3 innings pitched, struck out just 2 and walked 5. After 2 years with Penn State Shenango, he gets the bottom and top, 9-1-2 in a 1-run ball game, and Daniel, is certainly a high-leverage situation to have your Bean Ballers debut occur in.
Yeah, all the debutants are just getting thrown into the fire. It's, hey, oh, you're available to pitch? All right, you're pitching today. And following suit with both Murphy brothers, Day is going to be asked to just eat innings, and both the Murphy brothers were successful at that. While there was some damage as the Dans have tacked on 9 runs, we've seen that the Dans can score in a hurry, and there have been pitchers that haven't been able to even make it out of the inning. The bats continue to keep it close.
First pitch to Nick Nelson is inside for ball 1 of the 9-hole hitter. What a night it's been for Nelson. He had been hitless not only at home but in the month of July. He's 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored and is yet to be retired. 1-0 pitch, swung on, popped up, Shallow center. Febriet's out, calls off everybody, and makes the grab to retire Nelson for the first time tonight in the first out in the 7th.
A very big out to get. Talked about how tough of an out Nelson has been. That's the first time he's actually been retired today, but to get an out before you have to deal with May is crucial. And now you can face him with the bases empty.
Jacob May, 3 for 4, 3 RBIs, 2 doubles. He comes on with nobody on and 1 out. First pitch, he hacks at it, pops it up behind the plate. Reynolds looks up for it, tracks it all the way to the fence, but it lands about 5 feet up the netting behind home plate for a foul ball. Joshua Day, his longest outings of the spring this past year were 2 1/3 innings. March 9th against Westmoreland County Community College, and then March the 12th against St. Clair County Community College. Gave up 9 runs on a combined 8 hits across those 4 2/3. They're hoping he's going to be nails this final week of Bean Ballers action. Out of the stretch, the 0-1. Curveball pops out of the hand, stays up for ball 1. When May looks in for his signs, it's very Craig Kimbrell-esque. Glove with the left hip, hunches over, lets that right arm swing. The 1-1, grounded foul outside of first 1 and 2. Let's hope he pitches like prime Craig Kimbrell.
Well,
if you know what I mean, Daniel.
I think that would be an absolute gem if the Bean Ballers just threw out Craig Kimbrell, although unfortunately
not Cubs Craig Kimbrell now. I want Braves. I want
Cubs 2021 Craig Kimbrell was very good.
I'm thinking
acquisition
mid 2010s, late 2010s Atlanta Braves. 1-2, curveball just off to May for ball 2.
Now, unfortunately, I'm pre-firing this on the Google search because I'm assuming I'm correct, and I am. Craig Kimbrell is 38, which is above the 25-year threshold that Prospect League doesn't allow anyone over 25 to play.
2-2 fastball up, full count. Owen Strahl on deck. Don't want to walk May. He's 5 for 5 stealing bases this year, but you'd like to retire him. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball up the ladder. Gets him swinging. Or did he foul it off?
It ended up in the glove of Felice, so I'm not really sure.
I'm confused. That should have been strike 3 unless he had to have fouled it off. Is this some 5th down shenanigans? And he works a walk.
All right. Well, I guess when you need to throw 4 strikes, then it gets to be
he must have fouled it off.
A little more difficult.
He must have fouled it off because
I'm as perplexed as you are.
We just sang, "Take me out to the ballgame." 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
But I guess Jacob
I'm
May
protesting.
Gets 4. Yeah, it's not really fair, especially when it's May, a guy who.
I'm expendable. I can get thrown out of a game, though I will not. But now it's Owen Strahl.
I'm happy if you want to. I'd take the rest
First,
of the way.
I'd trust you with it. First pitch is outside to Strahl, who pinch hit for Chase Bays in the 6th, struck out swinging. Strahl now just 3 for 34 on the season. It's his 15th in-game action. It's the 1-0. Stays up, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. I'll have to ask Gage Reynolds about that. He had to have fouled it off, but Reynolds also didn't react like he dropped it.
Did we did they misrepresent the count? Was it 3-1, do you think?
I thought he took a strike. He fouled a pitch off. That should have been strike 3. The 2-0, May heads for second. The pitch is inside, and Gage Reynolds dropped the ball, so it's a free stolen base. And May moves into scoring position with 1 out.
Yeah, this is something you see a lot of times with Reynolds because he just has so much of a cannon of an arm, and I wonder if every time he sees a runner go, his eyes just light up. And unfortunately, there are several times we've seen this season that he can't grab the ball out of his glove and ends up squandering a chance because he certainly would have had a chance with May.
It's 3-0 to Strahl. Taking all the way, he takes a fastball away for ball 4. And after the full count walk to May, it's 4 straight misses to Owen Strahl.
And Truman, I think the worst part of that sort of whole count ordeal, overall, the worst part, obviously, is that I had penned in strikeout on my scorecard. Now I have to write walk over it. But
again, I am just thoroughly confused, and no one in the Bean Ballers dugout reacted. So maybe insanity is expecting a different result when you do the same thing over and over, but he had to have fouled it off. But, that's the problem for after the game and after hopefully a Bean Ballers victory. But right now, in Joshua Day's first inning as a Bean Baller, he's got a jam. First and second, 1 out for Nick Palmy. Palmy singled and scored his last time up, his first hit of the game. In a 1-run ball game, 9-8 Dan's bottom of the 7th. Out of Palmy's 65 hits, he's got 33 extra base hits. Over half of his hits this summer have been for extra bases. Day a long look to second. The first pitch, golfed in the air, deep center field. Abernathy ranges back, settles under it, makes the grab, tagging and heading to third is Jacob May, and he'll make it there safely. As with 2 outs, there are now runners at the corners.
yeah, Palmy crushes this one. Unfortunately for him, he just puts it to the deepest part of the yard and gets under it just a tiny bit. If he put it a little more on a line, it had a chance to get over Abernathy's head. Instead, it hangs up there, and there's a big out, number 2, as May does advance, but all you need is one more out, and one good pitch from Day could get him out of it.
It's Carson Brady, 1 for 2. Has not been retired his last 3 trips to the dish, though. He's walked twice in the 3rd and 4th and then singled last inning. First pitch from Day. Fastball down and away, gloved by Reynolds, ball 1. Brady's got 40 RBIs on the season. He's got Jacob May at 3rd, Owen Strahl at 1st. The 1-0 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
And this may come back to bite me because the last time I talked about a guy probably not going, he ended up going, but I'd be surprised if Strahl goes. He only has 1 stolen base attempt, and with 2 outs, if Reynolds guns him down, that would end the inning.
You take it. The 2-0. High and tight. 3-0. And it's Mason McReynolds, the dangerous left-handed bat, awaiting on deck. If you had to pick your poison, it's probably Brady. He's taking all the way in 3-0 and leans out of the way of a chin grazer. 4 straight misses once again in the inning from Joshua Day. Now load the bases up for McReynolds.
These bases are juiced because of free passes. Walk to May, walk to Strahl, and now a walk to Brady. None of these are base hits. And in the case of May, we don't really know what happened, but it at least was a full count, whether they miscalculated the count or not. These last 2 have
still
been
perplexed
4-ball walks.
Bases loaded for McReynolds. The first pitch takes it a strike at the belt. 0-1. He came through with an RBI double last inning to left center field. He's 2 for 4 tonight. Hits in back-to-back at-bats. Trying to put yet another crooked number up in a crooked number in an odd inning for once. 0-1. Fastball at the belt. 0-2. Some groans from the crowd. You have to give credit. Carter Murphy only walked 1 in his 3 innings after his brother walked 6 and hit 1. But now 3 walks in this inning alone from Joshua Day. He's 1 strike away, though, from getting out of it. The 0-2. Fastball upstairs, almost got past Reynolds off the tip of his mitt. And it just trickles about 2 feet to his left, but that was almost disastrous.
And the Dans get a little bit lucky here as this one kicks away. May is a little bit off of 3rd, but Strahl is very much off of 2nd. And not wanting to get into a bunch of pickle situations, Reynolds just pockets it.
1-2, just slap foul from McReynolds. He had to protect. And he stays alive. Tonight was his 14th multi-hit game for McReynolds. His last one came Sunday when he drove in 2 against the River Dragons. He's driven in 1 tonight. He's got 3 ducks on the pond. The 1-2 from Day. Curveball upstairs. Count evens. Just hasn't had the command for that curveball yet tonight, Daniel. It's been popping out of his hand. Hasn't been able to locate it. Force out at every base. Infield straight up. The 2-2 from Day. Upstairs, full count. Amir Streeter on deck. Runners will be off and moving on the pitch.
I feel like you just got to throw a fastball here and hope it works. Elevate a fastball, but you can't elevate it too much, and it can't get too much of the plate either. It's a tough situation to be in, but you haven't been able to locate anything else.
Payoff pitch, upstairs, ball 4. 4th walk of the inning. Day walks in a run, it's 10-8.
Back-to-back-to-back pitches that really have no business being swung on by anyone in the world. Just way too far up the ladder for Day, and he pushes the Dan's lead back out to 10. Is now 4 walks in the inning. No hits on him, but 4 walks have plated a run.
It's back-to-back multi-RBI games for McReynolds. He drives in his 2nd of the night. Bases are still loaded, 2 outs for Amir Streeter. First pitch from Day, backs him off the plate. This one way up and in. Streeter struck out in each of his last 2 at-bats after he was hit and walked his first 2 times up. Bean Ballers at the top of the lineup coming up in the 8th, down to their final 6 outs. 1-0. Way upstairs again. 2-0, and John Tony's hustling out of the dugout. Right now, the strike zone is a foreign object to Joshua Day.
Yeah, and it seems like the strike zone just has to be underground because everything is missing above. He's now missed on 5 straight pitches. He's walked the last 2 and 4 of the last 5 after he got the first out of the inning. Nelson to pop out, and it's the walk that scored the run. It's usually, for Decatur, what beats them is the walks and then the big hit. But this is just the walks and then the big walk.
James and the Giant Peach, the Bean Ballers and the big walk. It's like the monster hiding in your closet. That has been the hits. It's non-existent in this inning. Hitters count for Streeter. The 2-0. Outside, 3-0. It was the 7th inning, the last time these 2 teams faced, that Danville hung 12 and ended up run ruling Decatur. Now they are still a long way from doing that, but the momentum certainly to their side. As the 3-0 once again upstairs. And it's the 5th consecutive, or it's the 5th walk of the inning issued by Joshua Day, and it walks home the 2nd run, lead back to 3 for Danville.
5 of the last 6 guys have walked 3 straight, and of those 5 walks, that's the 3rd of them that's been just a 4-ball walk. It's ball, 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 ball. Doesn't come close with any of these pitches. And now Basinger to the plate, and I can't imagine there's any chance he takes a cut at the first pitch.
He doesn't because it's upstairs. Wasn't even in the strike zone. Joshua Day needs to find himself a GPS. Just get back, find that strike zone. You've lost your way. You were trying to use the old paper maps. Use modern-day GPS. He doesn't. He spikes it in front of the plate. It gets by Reynolds. Another run scores. Everybody moves up. Carson Brady crosses the plate. It's a 3-spot in the 7th, and now 12-8 Dans.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for him. He had a pitch that was way upstairs, and this pitch is way downstairs as he tries to go low in the zone and completely yanks it. It actually looks like it might have bounced off the plate because it takes a huge hop and bounces all the way into the screen. Easily scores a run, and now the Dans have tacked on 3 without even a hit in this inning.
13 free passes have been given out by the 3 newest Bean Ballers. Granted, Carter Murphy only one of those. 2-0 in the dirt. Reynolds blocks this one, but Basinger having nothing of it. And it's 3-0 with Bryce Vorwald on deck. Raul Gil up in the Decatur bullpen. Bean Ballers just need 1 out to get out of it. The 3-0 from Day. Hey! It's a strike! He found it. Can he end it?
Yeah, it's unlikely that Basinger even swings at this, even though he does have a strike on it, but just one good pitch from getting out of it.
The 3-1. Swung on, blasted, but about 200 feet foul down the left field line for strike 2.
Yeah, 400 feet, but 200 of them are foul.
Well, I mean, probably 500 feet, and yeah, it cleared the fence, but it was well foul. So maybe 600 feet. I don't know. Math was never my strong suit.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to something like that. Slows him down even more.
The payoff pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball up the ladder gets Basinger to chase. And this nightmarish half inning comes to a close for Decatur. Danville sends 8 men to the plate. They score 3 runs on 5 walks. And it's their largest lead of the night. 12-8, headed to the 8th. Ballers down to their final 6 outs. What kind of rally do they got left in them?
It's the right-hander Mark Rutherford III to take the mound for the Danville Dans. Rutherford, naturally a catcher, but he's being asked to pitch today. This is just his 3rd appearance on the year. He's gone just an inning and 2/3, overall giving up 6 hits and 4 runs. First pitch is outside. It's the top of the order due up for Decatur. Brandon Abernathy, Charlie Linderman, and Will Applegate. Bean Ballers chasing 4 runs after a slew of free passes. Totaled 3 runs for Danville last inning. It's now 2-0 on Abernathy. And after Rutherford pitched 1 out against the Kokomo Creek Chubs back on June 18th, he got blasted by the O'Fallon Hoots his last time up. 2-0s downstairs. It's now 3-0. In that game, Rutherford only got 4 outs, one of which was a strikeout, but he gave up 6 hits, 4 runs, no decision, as the Hoots poured it on in a 17-9 victory. 3-0's in there on the outside corner for strike one to Abernathy. He was nearly halfway up the line by the time he was called, but it's now a 3-1 count. Rutherford deals. Fouled off to the right, and the count goes full. Abernathy so far today singled his first time up on the first pitch of the game, actually. Scored a run. Since then, ground out, fly out, strikeout. Looking to reach for the first time since the first. Here's the payoff pitch. Line sharply over the head of Nelson and into right field. May collects it, and Abernathy will be held to a single, but a single to lead off the 8th.
Yeah, just a nice piece of hitting from Abernathy. He gets himself in a good count, fouls off a pitch, and then pretty much gets the same exact fastball middle away. And he lines it into right center for his second hit of the night. And the Bean Ballers just need base runners. They're going to have to outslug the Dans, or at least overcome all the self-inflicted wounds.
So now Abernathy on first. Charlie Linderman to the plate. Has hit a fly ball each of his 4 times. 0 for 3 with a sac fly. And he's picked on everyone. Fly out to Streeter, a pair of fly outs to Vorwald in center, and a fly out to May in right his last time up. It's 1-0 as Rutherford misses in the dirt. It's interesting. The Dans chasing a playoff spot, hoping to hold on. Turn to a guy who hasn't pitched since June 28th. 1-0's upstairs, it's 2-0.
Well, most of this season, Rutherford's been grabbing the bat. Rutherford hitting 162 in 37 at-bats this summer, so he's mainly been hitting.
Popped up, right side, in foul ground. McReynolds is under it, and he makes the catch for out number 1. And if you're counting, Bean Ballers are now down to their final 5 outs. So after the leadoff single from Abernathy, Linderman pops out, and he's a little frustrated with himself. But for Rutherford, because of that outing where the Creek Chubs just blasted him, he has a 21.60 ERA coming in. This is just his 3rd appearance. But he has his first out. Overall, 2 innings pitched on the year because of it. First pitch to Will Applegate at the top of the zone on a fastball for strike 1.
That was a tough swing from Linder. Maybe it's 2-0. You should be sitting dead red, and that pitch just slightly elevated. He gets under it. Probably would have been a borderline strike. And he pops out as a result.
Applegate hitless, but he has drawn a pair of walks. Swings and misses. It's now 0-2. He's also flied out and grounded out. Scored a pair of runs, though, in the 1st and in the 7th, as he comes to the plate for the 2nd consecutive inning. He's in the hole 0-2. Rutherford looking for his first punch out of the day. The 0-2 pitch. Applegate takes a fastball outside. It's 1-2. Applegate has appeared in all but 1 game since he made his debut with Decatur back on July 2nd. That was actually a win over the Springfield Lucky Horseshoes to end the 10-game losing skid as Rutherford takes a check and Abernathy's back in time. And he's been all over the infield. Has appeared some games as a designated hitter. Played a game at short, but several at third, several at second. Today his first official start at first. 1-2 pitches away. It's now 2-2. He did play and actually start at first against the Springfield Lucky Horseshoes in Game 2 of what was a designed doubleheader back on July 18th. But after just 1 inning, that game was canceled and is not in the books. So this is his first official game at first. Here's the 2-2. Just downstairs on a breaking ball. The count goes full to Applegate.
Yeah, nice at bat. He's been laying off pitches, tracking them well, trying to find his way back, and again, just find base runners for the Bean Ballers. They trail by 4. They just need to chip away, chip away. They're also going to need help from their pitching staff, but it starts with the bats.
Payoff pitch incoming. Popped up sky high on the infield. Foul ground off to the right. McReynolds drops it. He sort of faded over to the spot, never fully got under it. And Will Applegate is gifted a lifeline.
It's a long run. I'm surprised McReynolds called this because Basinger, it's probably only about 12 feet from where he is, but he would have been running out and, first baseman calls him off. But like you said, he just kind of started drifting, running with his glove up, and ultimately it just hit off the end of his glove and he couldn't pull it in.
Might have been one of those plays that it looks like you're playing. A little bit of wind, a little bit of backspin. It keeps moving further away, and eventually, even though you called it, it's not in your territory. Payoff pitch is clubbed deep to right field. May is back. He's at the track, and he makes a catch as he reaches up. Applegate got all of that one, but somehow it stays in the yard, and Abernathy's going to have to retreat back to first.
Yeah, that is the farthest ball you can hit without leaving the yard, and I don't know how that one stayed in here. That ball was absolutely pieced. And somehow, with how the ball flew out of the yard the last two times we were here, I believe we saw 4 combined home runs between the two teams. The ball flew out of here, and that one somehow hung up just enough. And May, with his back against the wall, makes the grab.
Yeah, we've seen 17 hits, 20 runs tonight, but anything but a long ball. First pitch to Moises Fabriette's in the dirt, and Applegate got all of it. May actually, not only, it wasn't enough to move back to the wall. He had to reach up. Didn't jump, but he had to reach up and make the catch with 2 hands against the wall to secure it. That's how far it went, and that's how close it was to getting out. But there are 2 outs in the inning. Moises Fabriette to the plate. He's reached 3 times as he takes ball 2 outside. 2 balls and no strikes. He doubled, brought in 2 in the first. Walked, stole a pair of bases, and scored in the third. Walked and scored in the 7th. He also popped up in the 5th. As the 2-0's fouled back, it's now 2-1. So a double, 2 RBIs, 2 stolen bases, 2 walks, and 2 runs on the day for Moises Fabriette. Very good day at the plate for him. Two one incoming from Rutherford. Here it is. Fabriette drives it over the head of Nelson. It's down for a base hit. Abernathy wants to go first to third, and he will as May gets it into second. But Moises Fabriette's second hit of the day. He's 2 for 3. And the Bean Ballers have 2 on with 2 out here in the top of the 8th.
Another just nice, easy swing. Fastball at the knees. That's some cheddar that Fabriette takes advantage of. Inside-out swing, slices it to right center. Very similar to what we saw as double back in the first inning, but this time May cuts it off. And there's 1 hit with 2 outs. You're going to need a lot more, and well, you got a great guy at the plate to do it.
Brady Grabowski officially 1 for 1 on the day. He's drawn a pair of walks, also has a sac fly. He's brought in 1, he's scored 1. He's also stolen a base. Fabriette dancing off of first. He's not going. First pitch, fastball at the top of zone for strike 1 to Grabowski. Yet to be retired officially. The 0-1. Popped up, shallow center. Palmy goes back, and he makes the catch to retire the side. The Bean Ballers threaten. They put 2 on, but they cannot score. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 12-8, Danville leads. You're listening to the official YouTube channel for your Decatur Bean Ballers. The Valencia, Venezuela native Raul Gil to the mound for the Bean Ballers. Here in the bottom of the 8th, Decatur threatened top 8, but all they could get was a 0 as they left guys on first and third, a pair of hits but no runs. After Decatur got 2 in the 6th, Danville got 3. Decatur got 2 in the 7th, Danville got 3. They come away with none in the 8th, and Raul Gil to the mound. Overall, he's making his 8th appearance. 7th time he's coming out of the bullpen. He's pitched 9 1/3 innings. Last time up for Gil, he got bounced around a little bit back on Friday down in Jackson, Tennessee against the Rockabillys. Hoping for a different result tonight.
They gave up 5 runs in an inning and 2/3, 4 hits, no strikeouts with a walk. All 5 runs were earned. Looking to shake it off. You just need 3 outs, throw up a 0, and give your team a chance. If another long half inning occurs, that really saps the energy out of the stadium for Decatur. But if you want to give your team a shot, you bring your hammer, you bring some nails, and you shut down these Dans for the first 1, 2, 3 inning of the night.
Gil only works from the stretch. Due up to face him, 8-9-1, Bryce Vorwald, Nick Nelson, and Jacob May. First pitch to Vorwald, swung on and missed behind a fastball, 0-1.
And it starts with these two. These two are the catalysts of rallies early in the game. But you can put them in their place.
Vorwald walked his first 2 times up, scored both times. 0 for 2 since then with a pair of groundouts as he takes a fastball upstairs for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike now. Decatur started the scoring. Bean Ballers led 3-0 heading into the bottom of the 2nd. 1-1's low and in. It's now 2-1, but then Danville woke itself up at the plate. 3 runs in the bottom of the 2nd. Decatur responded with 1 in the 3rd, but the Dans yet again woke up. 3 spot in the 4th. Decatur got 2 back in the 6th. 3 from the Dans in the 6th. As the 2-1 grounded to Weiss, collects, throws to first in time. There's out number 1 as the leadoff man is retired by Gil. Nick Nelson now to the plate.
That's a nice job. Fastball away, just off the end of the bat, rolled over. Weiss does a nice job staying in front of it. Makes the easy play. Got to make the easy plays look easy. That's what Decatur did. Now 1 out.
Every number on the scoreboard for Danville is a multiple of 3. We've gotten 4 separate 3 spots.
That's not divisible by 3.
It is. 3 divided by 3 is 1. But
4 divided by 3. You said they've scored.
Oh, sorry.
4, yeah.
My apologies. Every single number on the scoreboard is divisible by 3. There's no 4 on the scoreboard, as the 0-2 is, rather the 0-1 to Nelson is strike 2. And in terms of runs, Danville has 12, which is divisible by 3. 9 hits, also divisible by 3. In fact, it's 3 squared. And they have 3 in the 2nd, 3 in the 4th, 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. 0-2 pitch. Downstairs, ball 1. They also have 0 errors and 3 separate zeros on the board in terms of runs, which is also divisible by 3.
Has been shocking. They have the worst defense in the Prospect League. They've been kept clean tonight.
1-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 2. And Decatur certainly saw that firsthand when it visited Danville the first time back on June 30th. The Dans made 6 errors in the field. Part of it, you could say, it's an old field. Gives a lot of funky hops. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Fastball up the ladder, and Nelson can't quite get up to it. There's out number 2, and the first punch out for Gil on the day as he tries to work the first 1-2-3 inning for Decatur in the field.
That's a nice job. Fastball up the ladder. Gil gets him swinging. Gets the left-on-left matchup. Now you get another one against Jacob May. And once again, you face him with nobody out, or excuse me, nobody on, but now 2 out here in this inning.
Left on left. First time Jacob May will face a lefty tonight. It's 3 for 4. May takes ball 1 upstairs on a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. Doubled in the first to lead things off. Was stranded on third and came back around in the second. A 2 RBI single RBI double in the fourth, struck out in the fifth, walked, stole a base, and scored last inning. As he takes a ball upstairs, it's now 2-0.
Just missed. That was a good spot at the knees. Must have just been low or off the plate, but that was a good pitch.
2-0 now to May, and the infield shading him heavily to pull. 2-0 pitch. Curveball, back door, rather front door, that just completely freezes him. He backs out of it, but it ends up in the zone, 2-1.
My left on left so tough. I know as that lefty curveball, it looks like it's going to hit you, then it just drops right in the strike zone. You look like a fool for stumbling out of the box.
Biggest advantage in terms of handedness. Another breaking ball, this one below the zone. 3-1 as May holds up. But Decatur will be down to its final 3 outs in the top of the ninth. Due up is 6, 7, 8 Reynolds, Felice, Chase Weiss. Possibly Delgado if anyone reaches. 3-1 pitch. Fastball on the outside corner, and the count goes full to May. May has seen several pitches today. He's worth several full counts. Here comes the payoff. Just outside, ball 4. Bean Ballers can't quite work a 1-2-3 inning as May reaches for the 5th time today. He's worked a walk in each of the last 2 innings, and that'll bring up Owen Strahl.
I'm not sure where that pitch missed again. I mean, hits Gage Reynolds right where he set up. He didn't have to frame that one, and that leads me to think that he's obviously where he's set up is not a strike, but that was right at the knees.
Pitch is in the dirt, a throwback from Reynolds, who blocked it not in time. Back foot breaking ball that Reynolds blocked well. Nearly got May, but it's 1-0 now to Strahl at the plate. 1-0 instead of check back to May, who's back safely. And it remains a 1-ball, no strike count. Game Decatur had the lead for nearly the entire first half of the game, and Danville's led basically the whole second half. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike, a fastball away that Strahl can't get to. Chopped foul at the plate, 1-2, and Nick Palmy on deck ranges over to field it. Unfortunately for Decatur, he was 1, not in fair territory, but 2, he's not eligible to record an out on the play at all. Palmy would hit from the right side with the switch hitter against the lefty Gill if he comes up. Here's the 1-1. Strahl grounds it foul again. It's now 1-2. Two away. Decatur just looking to put off the Dans and hope to rally in the 9th. Bean Ballers back on June 30th scored 4 on a grand slam in the top of the 9th. Go from a 2-run deficit to a 2-run lead. Here's the 1-2. Low and in, it's 2-2. May on first. He's already stolen a base today. But with the lefty on the mound, it's not going. And the pitch is just below the zone on a fastball. Count goes full as Reynolds couldn't bring it up in time.
Again, I don't know where that pitch is missing. Reynolds' glove does not move. And again, it's been kind of a tight zone tonight, but that's a really good pitch. That is right at the knees. Just not a strike.
Payoff pitch. Curveball swung and missed over the top of a beautiful Uncle Charlie for the second punch out of the inning. Gill strands the 2-out walk to May. And the Bean Ballers put up a 0. We go to the 9th. Decatur needs 4 runs to keep this one going as they're down to their final 3 outs when we come back. Top of the 9th, last chance for the Decatur Bean Ballers who trail the Danville Dans 12-8. Daniel Herzog, Truman, Griessel back with you on the official YouTube channel for your Decatur Bean Ballers. And it's 6, 7, 8. Gage Reynolds, O'Neal Felice, and Chase Weiss due up for Decatur. And the tying run, still a long way away for Decatur, is Noah Delgado, who's behind Weiss, who's in the hole. Mark Rutherford, the third, back to the mound. First pitch to Reynolds, tails below the zone for ball 1. Reynolds so far today 0 for 3, but he drew a walk his last time up.
Name of the game is base runners.
Here's the 1-0. Half swing, but tapped foul. Reynolds didn't really go around, but ball hit the bat. There's strike 1. Felice and Reynolds are both hitless. With Felice on deck, Reynolds at the plate. 1-1, line sharply, and there's Reynolds' first hit as it's into center field past a reaching Nick Palmy. And Reynolds has his first hit of the day. Leadoff man is aboard yet again for Decatur. And the tying run moves to be not quite on deck, but in the hole.
That's a great piece of hitting. Fastball just above the knees, and Reynolds stays through it. That ball had some whip to it. That ball was pieced. Again, name of the game is base runners. Any way you can. Hit by pitch, walk, single, keep the line moving.
Decatur would need to load the bases without anyone scoring to bring the tying run to the plate as the first pitch to Felice is upstairs for ball 1. Felice himself 0 for 2 with a walk. Struck out looking his first time up, then grounded out. Since then, he walked, scored a run, and then drove in a run with a sac fly back in the 7th. 1 on, nobody out. 1-0 pitch. Low and away, it's 2-0 now. And meanwhile, Weiss on deck, yet to be retired. Double, walk, walk, single so far today. The 2-0 from Rutherford. Inside ball 3.
That's been 3 misses that Felice laid off, and it's also one of those scenarios where you take till you get a strike. You don't want to swing into a free out, and you're down by 4, so to help with base runners, you're just taking till you get a strike, and, well, 3 straight misses.
Here's the 3-0. Felice takes that one. It's off the zone. Away, and the first 2 reach for the Bean Ballers here in the 9th.
There you go. You're halfway home. Still nobody out in the inning. Like to get the top of the lineup up, but now's where you can start hammering some baseballs. Rutherford, he's trying to paint it too close. He's trying to be too perfect. Now if he makes a mistake, you capitalize.
Chase Weiss to the plate. Yet to be retired. A double, pair of walks, and a single. He scored a run. Decatur still chasing 4, though. The tying run is on deck now. First pitch, Weiss doesn't move out of his stance, and Rutherford pours in a strike down the middle for strike 1. But it's interesting. He's had a 2-strike count every single time, and 3 times he's had a full count. He's gotten on base every time. Swing and a miss, and he's into a 2-strike count here.
And just laid on the fastball, couldn't get the front foot down. Now he's got to shorten up. middle of the infield's playing double play depth, so there's holes to the left and right sides.
0-2 count. Rutherford deals. Weiss swings and misses. He's down on strikes. Bean Ballers down to their final 2 outs, and for Weiss, that's the first time he's struck out in quite a while. The first time in 16 at-bats that he's punched out. And that'll bring up Noah Delgado with 1 out. Tying run still only on deck. Delgado, meanwhile, today is 2 for 4, a pair of singles. Also has 2 RBIs. First pitch. Takes a fastball at the top of the zone for strike 1. Decatur led this game 3-0. Also led 4-3. 0-1 pitch. Low and away. It's 1-1. The last time Decatur led was heading into the bottom of the 4th. Dans took the lead with a 3-spot there. The last time it was tied was heading into the bottom of the 6th. Dans took the lead with a 3-spot there. It's a 1-1 count. Delgado grounds it sharply. Fielded by McReynolds. He'll take it to the bag himself, electing to get just 1 out on the play, but the Bean Ballers are now down to their final out, and to extend the game, they'll need Mr. Clutch to come through. Brandon Abernathy to the plate.
And it just rolls over on a pitch. It's a fastball away, and just haven't seen that yet from Delgado this summer, the ability to go the other way with it, and he's rolled over quite a few times, and I think if you're McReynolds, you're just trying to make the easy play. You know those 2 runners don't matter, so you're just trying to get the out, don't want to risk throwing a ball away. Well, here you go, Decatur. Got to need 4 runs before you get 1 out.
Abernathy's 2 for 5 with a pair of singles. Scored a run as he flares one down the right field line, but it hooks out of play. Felice and Reynolds both in scoring position. Reynolds on third, Felice on second. Reynolds singled, Felice walked to get on the bags. Abernathy, the everyday center fielder for Decatur. Mr. Clutch at the plate. Hoping to come through again. 0-1 pitch. Upstairs, ball 1. Should he reach, Charlie Linderman would be the tying run. He's on deck. Abernathy needs to at least reach, not bring in runs. One thing he can't do is get an out in any way, shape, or form. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball just inside. It's 2-1.
That's the end of the game. Find off pitches close. Take pitches that are out of the zone. Wait for a mistake, but again, it's easier said than done.
2-1 from Rutherford. Fastball on the outside corner for strike 2, and Decatur's down to its final strike. Danville trying to keep pace with the Rex. Terre Haute won earlier today. They run-ruled the Du Bois County Bombers. Can the Dans keep pace? Just a game and a half back. 2-2 pitch. Fastball away, and the count goes full. Fans clapping in unison, expecting a Dans win. Payoff pitch incoming, 2 outs. Here it comes. Line sharply. Stopped by Nelson at second. The throw to first in time, and the Dans take the game. Danville wins a comeback victory, 12-8 the final. And the Bean Ballers can't play spoiler yet again.
Yeah, just a tough game that you felt like 8 runs was good enough to win it, but ultimately the free passes is what killed you. I mean, overall on the game, 14 free passes, 11 combined between Ethan Murphy and Joshua Day. And it was really that 3-run 7th that was the nail in the coffin. And it's a frustrating loss for Decatur. You get an off day tomorrow, but then Thursday in Burlington, hey, they're winning their division. You have a chance to help some teams out. Then you get a matchup one more time with the Thrill-Billies, and then, hey, you never know, Saturday, you could come here to Danville, and it could be one of those scenarios where if Danville wins, they're in the playoffs, and if you win, you knock them out of the playoffs, and it could be, you know, a bittersweet ending to the season.
So only 3 games remain. in the Bean Ballers season. Dan's keep pace with the Rex, still only a game and a half back. And yet again, it's another shootout. 20 runs combined today after 2 weeks ago, July 14th. Two teams combined for 32 runs. 2 weeks before that, two teams combined for 17 runs. But in the end, it's the same result. A Dan's victory, Bean Ballers loss. But that'll do it. Truman Griessel, my broadcast partner. I've been Daniel Herzog. Thank you to all those who tuned in, listening on the official YouTube channel for your Decatur Bean Ballers. Be back on the road in Burlington, Iowa on Thursday. But we say so long from Danville Stadium tonight, as once again the Dans take it 12-8 over your Bean Ballers.